Chapter 401. This power. Kuchan suddenly turned his head back to look at the sky where two glaring lights shone. His eyes were filled with astonishment. He thought that after breaking through to the Heavenly Master realm, he was among the top figures in this world. But now, with the continuous black disaster and spirit disaster, it seemed that many hidden top masters were being stimulated into action. It's the Alliance Hierarch's power. I can feel it. Among the many magicians who had joined them, Qing Huang said with admiration on his face. He and Zhao Jingtang were leading the 9 sect masters and the remaining 7 evils from the 7 Evil Alliance, compelled to provide support. Yes, everyone was compelled. If not for the threat of the spirit light, they wouldn't have planned to wade into these troubled waters. At this moment, the gathered top masters looked at the exaggerated power fluctuations in the sky and fell silent. Is this the confidence of the Spirit Alliance leader? Xian Kongzi, the second of the 7 evils, sighed. We, as the 7 evils, seem to have been confined in our narrow views and underestimated the heroes of this world. Xian Jingzi spoke somberly. Wait, you are Xian Jingzi and Xian Kongzi from the 7 Evil Alliance? Suddenly, as they were on the move, Ku Chan's expression turned cold, and a furious murderous intent surged towards the two. Where is Ghost Bell? He abruptly stopped, drawing his sword and pointing it at them. Before this gathering, he hadn't recognized that these magicians moving with the Taoist sect leader were from the 7 Evil Alliance. After all, these two factions were sworn enemies, so how could they possibly cooperate so peacefully and smoothly? But now, hearing their exchange and considering the special spirit light planted on himself, Ku Chan realized that bringing together the top masters and magicians from both camps using the spirit light secret technique was not so difficult. Ku Chan, have you lost your mind? How dare you defy the Alliance Hierarch? Qing Huang immediately reacted, looking at Ku Chan and speaking harshly. Ku Chan, being in the Heavenly Master realm, naturally let his Tao breath spread, exerting a powerful spiritual pressure like light, instantly covering a range of hundreds of meters around him, causing all the magicians within range to feel heavy, as if they were carrying a weighty burden. Would you dare to strike? Qing Huang's face remained unchanged as he marshaled the Tao breath within him to fight against the heavy pressure. It was strenuous, but he managed not to be forced to bend over and lose face. Ku Chan's gaze swept over the 7 evils. Under the oppression of his Tao breath, they appeared extremely relaxed, even hinting at retaliatory intentions in their Tao breaths. The 7 evils were already the strongest below the Heavenly Masters, with some even nearing the threshold of becoming Heavenly Masters. Facing a newly advanced Ku Chan, whose Tao breath realm was not yet fully stable, and whose matching passive technique had not been upgraded to the stronger new Heavenly Master level, they looked solemn and wary but not necessarily afraid. Ku Chan, you brat. The order to handle the Zai Palace was given by Zui Yunfeng. Ghost Bell was the executing hand, and we had nothing to do with it. Xian Jingzi explained loudly. You 7 evils claim to be separate, but aren't you all part of the same alliance? The silent Taoist from the 9 sects scoffed. Hey, we are not one entity. Ghost Bell is right there. If you want to kill him, go ahead. Xian Jingzi said to Ku Chan, casually releasing his scimitar, spinning it around the surroundings, and in the blink of an eye, slicing off the heads of several spirit disaster silver armored snake people that pounced. Ku Chan's grip on his sword tightened as his eyes focused on the stiff-bodied Ghost Bell among the 7 evils. Indeed, once he made it clear that he would only target Ghost Bell, the rest of the 7 evils distanced themselves, showing a posture that suggested they were uninvolved. He was tempted to strike, but glancing at the glaring purple light on the horizon, he ultimately decided to endure for the moment. Zhao Jingtang and others withdrew their gazes and looked again at the purple light in the sky. I also grew up hearing about the renown of Quan He Monarch, but if even the Alliance Hierarch's true power is terrifying like this, he said with admiration on his face. If the Spirit Alliance emerges like this in the future, even the Taoist sect might be assimilated. The silent Taoist sighed. True Master Zheng Ro was a Taoist in origin. Isn't sensitivity also a continuation of our Taoist sect? Thinking this way is normal, right? Su Ling, the female Taoist, explained. It makes sense. The silent Taoist nodded and smiled. It doesn't matter who leads. The ones who should really worry are the two major heavenly master mansions. They are basically just moving to a new place. It's the spirit light secret technique that's truly troublesome. He looked at the two groups of magicians from the heavenly master mansion leading the group. The faces of the two old Taoists looked terrible but also helpless. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Chengshui Lake. In midair, rings of purplish-red flames solidified in the sky, illuminating everything below. At the center of the purplish-red flames, a burly humanoid form, engulfed in purple light, was furiously exchanging blows with a three-headed goddess statue. Kill! Yu Hong's hair stood on end, resembling blazing flames, and his muscles, like rock metal, moved in unison with the half-bodied humanoid behind him, furiously venting his anger towards the three-headed goddess statue. Since his arrival in this world, he had accumulated too much fear, repression, and anger. Faced with the black disaster and the unstoppable disasters, he always fled, always tread carefully, enduring everything. Every slight negligence frightened him, fearing that the next time he opened his eyes, it would be doomsday. And now, all these accumulated fears and anger were finally ignited. This world! With a booming punch, he collided head-on with a massive palm. Amid the thunderous noise, he was blown backwards by the huge recoil force. The three-headed goddess statue also trembled all over, frozen in midair. I don't believe it. That nothing can be changed. Yu Hong tumbled downwards, but just before hitting the ground, with a hiss, he flashed purple again, drawing a zigzag line to the left, landing on his feet, blasting open a deep crater over 10 meters wide AC, and rushing back up towards the three-headed goddess statue reaching towards the sky. Thunderbolt transformation activated, covered by spirit light, divinity stimulated. From now on, nothing else matters. Just do it. Yu Hong frantically channeled his inner strength, his entire body transforming into a purple meteor, continuously shuttling beside the three-headed goddess statue, repeatedly kicking and punching with all his might, striking the monster. Unfortunately, he and the three-headed goddess statue were extremely incompatible. The monster had no other peculiar abilities, except for one. That was its incredibly strong defense. Even the punches and kicks Yu Hong delivered with his Tai Ling skill only created tiny pits on the monster's body. And these pits were quickly self-healing, disappearing. Conversely, when the three-headed goddess statue slapped Yu Hong, it was first greatly neutralized by the near-infinite light disaster power of the Tai Ling skill, then weakened by half due to divinity, and then encountered the spirit light protection on Yu Hong's body. As the main body of the spirit light secret skill, any other spirit light cultivator would naturally return to him upon death, letting their power merge into his body. This led to his spirit light actually being stronger than anyone else's, unless he was constantly holding spirit light conferences, exchanging spirit light with everyone. Otherwise, the intensity of each person's spirit light would naturally vary with their cultivation progress. Boom! Yu Hong was once again smashed to the ground, creating a huge crater with broken trees tumbling down and dragging some unable to escape black disaster shadows along, burning them into oblivion. The same thing applied to him. He was completely unharmed. Yes, he couldn't harm his opponent, and actually, his opponent couldn't harm him either. At this level, Tai Ling's skill had constructed micro-light disaster pores within his body. These pores essentially opened light disaster channels, then added several layers of filters on top, drawing in filtered power and fusing it into his own. Layer by layer, peeling off the filters, moving continuously closer to the ultimate sun, until ultimately making unobstructed contact with the ultimate sun. That was the ultimate goal of Tai Ling's skill. Approach it, become it, and then surpass it. Bang! Yu Hong stomped on the ground, once again sprung up and flew towards the three-headed goddess statue. The giant creature was already somewhat tired. She couldn't kill Yu Hong and even felt a repulsive aura from him. So, she decided to first devour the enormous female phantom that nurtured the night pool. But just as she turned and flew a distance, A purple firelight exploded on one of her heads. The explosive force of tens of thousands of tons, concentrated at one point, creating extremely terrifying pressure. The middle head of the three-headed goddess statue was forcefully staggered forward. The damage was minimal, but its insulting nature was extreme. Ah! All three heads simultaneously let out a piercing scream, and she once again turned around to fight Yu Hong. The two exchanged blows, punches for kicks, completely without dodging, just clashing forcefully. Despite the disparity in size, despite the three-headed goddess statue being much stronger than Yu Hong, the result was the same. Neither could harm the other. As time slowly passed, slowly dragged on, gradually, strands of gray-black lines began to appear on Yu Hong's body, infiltrating his surface Tai Ling skill inner strength, like living creatures, continuously disturbing his strength output. On the surface of the three-headed goddess statue, originally pale skin also began to show wrinkles and age spots. That was the Tai Ling skill's sunset effect accumulating over time, finally bursting forth. Kill! Yu Hong spread his arms wide, his body once again ignited with dual inner strength. In the state of thunderbolt transformation, burning dual inner strength again, such terrifying consumption made his virtually unlimited inner strength start to struggle to replenish, slowly declining. Boom! In midair, the purple flame on his body expanded larger by a ring. Around the flame's periphery, vaguely appeared faces of anger, solemnity, despair, and pain. That was the pores inside his body, in a long state of full force exertion, starting to secrete a trace of more pure ultimate solar power. This trace of ultimate solar power, as soon as it appeared, began to trigger surrounding celestial phenomena. Sizzling! Countless blue light beams penetrated Yu Hong's purple flames, spreading crazily in all directions. Where the light touched, black disaster monsters let out cries of agony and dissipated into black smoke. Not only that, not just black disaster monsters, but spirit disaster monsters also melted like candles, turning into pools of gray slime. In an instant, within a radius of more than 10 kilometers centered on Yu Hong, all living creatures that could still move felt warmth indiscriminately under this dazzling blue light. Monsters melted. Living people knelt one by one, faces showing a strange look of tranquility. Shine! Merge with all things. Muffled whispers, somewhat unclear, appeared faintly within this blue light, sometimes there and sometimes not. Chapter 402. Kill! Yu Hong was already driven into madness at this moment, his entire body's inner strength boiling and burning. He once again leaped towards the three-headed goddess statue. This time, the three heads of the goddess statue showed clear signs of fear. She actually has sentience, but it was already too late. She was also covered in a massive amount of blue light, her body soft and trapped in a bizarre sense of relief, unable to move. The strange blue light even made her feel like giving up resistance and dying to merge with it was the greatest and ultimate happiness. We are the ultimate. We are the last hope. We are the greatest illumination. We are the sun, the very beginning and the ultimate end of all things fantasies. Come, leave this painful world. Merge with us. Forever enjoy peace, warmth, happiness. There will be no more fear, danger, fright, or pain. There will be no more. A series of seductive whispers echoed continuously around the three-headed goddess statue. Gradually, her body began to loosen, and the black clouds bursting around her began to fade. At this moment, behind her in the distance, several gates of despair connected to the dark depths of the black disaster. A pale-faced old woman's face slowly emerged from the darkness. Her eyes were deep and pitch black without any pupils. Her hair was pale white like withered grass, neatly combed. Despite her pale complexion, her face was covered with a thick layer of white powder. She wore a strange smile, her gaze falling on Yu Hong. Shoo! She stretched out a finger that looked like a withered gray twig, placing it before her lips. Hush! With her hushing sound, a gray-black wind silently crossed the distance between them, blowing onto Yu Hong. In an instant, the blue light dimmed. The flames shrank, weakened, and tended to extinguish. It revealed the shiny silver core of Yu Hong below. The fear on the three-headed goddess statue's face disappeared. She brought back her frenzied smile, clapped her hands together, and smashed towards Yu Hong in the air. Bang! Just then, in her eyes, Yu Hong lifted his head with arms spread wide. Behind him, a massive blue sun appeared out of nowhere. The sun blazed fiercely, and its surface displayed countless eerie faces. Crack! Almost at the same moment, the pale-faced old woman's face inside the gate of despair shattered like glass and disappeared. The blue sun behind Yu Hong also quietly shattered, soundlessly. He and the three-headed goddess statue both fell from midair and crashed into the lake. Damn! Yu Hong emerged from the water, shaking his head. Just now, in a short span, he suddenly felt his body getting frozen stiff, unable to move. Then warmth came from behind him, thawing his body, and then he fell, unsure what exactly happened. The whole process was also unclear. He only remembered vaguely. Splashing, he treaded onto the shore. His body's inner strength vibrated, shaking off the water. Turning around, he saw the three-headed goddess statue also rising from the lake, bringing up a great amount of water and mud. All three of her heads clearly saw him. Again! Yu Hong once again activated the Thunderbolt transformation, forming a half-giant figure behind him, and lunged at her. No need. It's enough already. Suddenly, a gentle female voice came up behind him. Yu Hong's heart relaxed, knowing who had arrived. He turned into a purple fire meteor, fiercely punching the right fist swung by the three-headed goddess statue. Boom! Both trembled, backing away from each other. Yu Hong rolled and flew out, making room behind him. Behind him, Quan He floated quietly, her white Taoist robe fluttering in the wind like a white skirt. Only one head. Good, good. Quan He looked at the three-headed goddess statue, took out a golden jade pendant in one hand, and tossed it forward. Jade pearl sets the order. All forms follow the heart. Hiss! Instantly the jade pendant lit up a bigger golden array pattern, layers upon layers rapidly expanding outward, becoming larger, just right to cover the three-headed goddess statue. All right, this only needs to be refined for 5 minutes. Quan He spoke faintly with a hint of weakness. The three-headed goddess statue roared in frustration as it was trapped by the golden array, flailing its arms trying to break free, but to no avail. The punches it threw were absorbed into the inner wall of the array, and in the blink of an eye, burst out from behind its own back, striking itself. With a loud thud, the three-headed goddess statue knocked itself dizzy, shaking its head. Just wait for 5 minutes. Let the array heat up a bit, Quan He yawned. Yu Hong's flames retracted, spirit light dispersed, and he carefully stepped in midair, finding that there was a semi-transparent layer beneath his feet supporting him, then slowly walked over to Quan He's side. Sigh, he exhaled. Good thing this guy has simple abilities, or else he would have been hard to deal with. He felt somewhat relieved, as this time the opponent had no special abilities. Otherwise, you've worked hard. You've done enough. Quan He sighed. She stared at the golden array, watching it slowly shrink and diminish. Next, leave it to me. Black disaster is easier to deal with than spirit disaster. Our techniques have a significant restraining effect on them. The problem is not just that. Yu Hong watched the three-headed goddess struggle and roar within the golden array, unable to even emit a sound, and Quan He monarch's relaxed posture and expression. He intuitively felt for the first time the gap between himself and the top powerhouses of this world. You should know that he had already used all his tricks except calling back the spirit light. Don't worry, you're still young, only in your 20s. I've lived over 100 years, so a little gap is normal. Quan He seemed to read his mind. All right, I understand. Yu Hong nodded. But now, the tricky part is without the sky stabilizing plate. How do we deal with the Gate of Despair and the Gate of 10,000 Spirits? People from the 7 evils open them. Let them deal with it first. Quan He said. We'll go to the Heavenly Master to get the method of refinement. Zui Yunfeng seems to be killed by me. Su Chong doesn't know yet, but supposedly he was ambushed and killed. Now both contemporary Heavenly Masters are gone. I don't know if the Heavenly Master Mansion has any records. Yu Hong frowned. What happened? Quan He didn't expect so much to have happened after they split up. Yu Hong carefully explained the series of events that followed. In that case, if it's really all Zui Yunfeng's setup, he indeed deserved to be killed. Quan He nodded. Also, don't doubt whether you killed the wrong person. Zui Yunfeng might have been weakened severely from previous fights. Understood. Now, the remaining high-level Heavenly Masters only include Kuchan. But that guy is too easily fooled, Yu Hong said. Let him oversee the 7 Evil Alliance people filling in the gaps. That should be very efficient. Quan He smiled lightly, gesturing towards the golden array. Assissus. In an instant, the entire array completely shrank, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a golden ball, which spun around before shrinking again and flying into the golden jade pendant, disappearing. Just now, where did that big guy go? Yu Hong watched the entire process, astonished to see the hefty creature vanish right under his eyes. He was severely wounded and then sealed and sent back. Quan He sighed. I don't have the energy to deal with him slowly, just resolved it quickly. Yu Hong looked downwards. The mountain ranges that used to be there were now shrouded in gray fog. Though the big fellow was resolved, the gates of despair were still there, endlessly emitting streams of black disaster and spirit disaster. So, what about the gates? Yu Hong asked. Can't seal them, we can only… Quan He didn't finish. Yu Hong looked at the numerous monsters and shadows emerging from the gray fog below, speechless for a moment. He clearly understood, if left unattended, given the current state of black disaster and spirit disaster, it wouldn't take long to cause massive casualties. The incidents in Tongning City could happen again. Spirit Disaster Gate constantly devours and evolves. Kaijing Taoist might not get involved, but the 3-eyed golden armored dragon man was definitely not something ordinary magicians could handle. Let's head back first, Quan He sighed. She stretched out her hand to grasp the jade pendant, hanging it back around her neck. With a wave of her hand, a huge white crane materialized beside them, enveloping them as they flew off towards the direction of Tongning City. Asterisk. 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 May 19th. After the Tongning City incident, Yasong official immediately gathered national magicians and the urgent disaster departments to research countermeasures for black disaster and spirit disaster. Half a month later, the military began distributing small amounts of specially targeted talismans. After the battle at the Sealing and Sacrifice platform, both great heavenly masters and the leader of the 7 Evil Alliance went missing, and an outbreak of both black disaster and spirit disaster nearly impacted millions of civilians and military personnel in Tongning City. This malicious incident made the entire Yasong official reevaluate the terror and danger of black disaster and spirit disaster. With the magician's power, the officials began massively promoting targeted Taoist skills and magic, attempting to expand the number of magicians. They also conducted large-scale checks on all cities south of Tongning City, and established the Long Disaster Great Wall using Tongning City as the dividing line, and evacuated personnel from the vicinity of every Gate of Despair and Gate of 10,000 Spirits, deploying elite experts from the 9 sects in batches to assassinate the troublesome monsters, maintaining a basic balance of the situation. After the battle at the Sealing and Sacrifice platform, Quan He Monarch replaced the Heavenly Master, becoming the new leader of the Taoist community. She was invited to serve as the Minister of the Disaster Countermeasures Department. Yu Hong, as the leader of the Spirit Alliance, displayed undeniably immense strength and was invited to serve as the Deputy Minister. However, he declined. The position of Deputy Minister was given to the Silent Taoist. He then focused on repairing the sky stabilizing plate and started constantly enhancing his potions to progress his Guanwu skill. This battle genuinely made him see his own limits. He belongs to a level surpassing ordinary Heavenly Master level, but still significantly short from Quan He. In Taizhou Qingqin Temple, Yu Hong sat cross-legged, his body glowing with a faint purple halo. Soon after, He opened his eyes and poured a prepared tube of silver potion into his mouth. The sky-stabilizing plate had been quickly repaired, but after the repair, everyone realized that the important aspect was not the device itself, but the potent Tao breath stored in it by ancient top-level magicians. These Tao breaths are extremely powerful, even capable of absorbing external free energy to replenish their own consumption. Thus, after repairing the sky-stabilizing plate, Quan He and others, along with magicians from all over the country, started researching how to inject suitable Tao breath into it, while Yu Hong returned alone to accelerate his training in Guanwu skill, drinking yet another enhanced potion targeted at Guanwu skill. Produced by Black Mark, the effect was unquestionable. He had now safely broken through to the 8th layer of Guanwu skill without any side effects, and his spiritual power was no longer the pitiful 3 digits but had soared to a 4-digit number in the thousands. Chapter 403. Snap. He threw the metal test tube onto the ground. Yu Hong's throat pulsed a few times, and his long untrimmed black hair faintly glowed with a bluish light. At the spot where he sat cross-legged, little by little shadows emerged like sludge, seeping out past the meditation cushion. Soon, the shadows grew more and more abundant and dense, coalescing into a bizarre sphere covered with countless faces. Yu Hong opened his eyes, gazing at the strange ball formed at the 9th layer. Indeed, the thing I've always feared and worried about. Is this it? He sighed. The ultimate sun, originating from the first source of the light disaster, is also its final endpoint. Although he had only seen it once, it left a deep, indelible impression in his heart. Standing up, Yu Hong waved his hand to disperse it. Instantly, the black imitation naturally dissipated, completely gone. This was the special effect of the enhanced Black Mark medication. It allowed a breakthrough in the Guanwu skill without side effects, and likewise, the summoned fear shadows were also significantly weaker. Fortunately, Yu Hong's goal from the beginning was not the fear shadows, but the qualities acquired at the final stage of the Guanwu skill. He felt the Tao breath within him becoming increasingly stable. His already colossal Tao breath had just successfully broken through to a level he previously didn't dare to imagine. And as the Tao breath gradually stabilized, the new prompt from the Black Mark silently appeared. Guanwu skill breakthrough to the 9th layer, new trait acquired, ingrained righteousness. Ingrained righteousness, fear breeds hesitation. Hesitation leads to indecision. This trait can convert surrounding fears into spiritual power to replenish oneself, and increases resistance to mental interference and erosion by 40%. Convert surrounding fears into spiritual power to replenish myself? Yu Hong was a bit puzzled. The effects of this trait seemed somewhat complex. He stood up and walked to the door. Suddenly, a cool breath, thin as silk, quietly seeped in from outside the door, flew to the back of his hand, and slowly permeated. After this breath merged into his hand, Yu Hong immediately felt a faint nourishment for the mind and spirit. The sensation was very peculiar, like after working outside exhaustedly on a hot day, coming back home, and suddenly having his temples cooled with ice, refreshing and comfortable. But this comfort lasted less than 2 seconds before coming to an end. Moreover, after reaching the 9th layer, he felt that his spiritual power had begun growing anew. The continuous increase made him feel like a balloon, rapidly expanding and becoming larger. This sensation lasted for more than 10 minutes before ceasing. Yu Hong took out the re-enhanced universal energy meter and switched it to the spiritual fluctuation mode. Beep. The test value fluctuated slightly, finally stabilizing at a level of over 12,000. At last, from 3 digits to 5, I'm finally not a weak link anymore. Yu Hong's heart felt relieved. The Black Mark enhancement potion had shortened his progress by who knows how many years. This level of spiritual power, if he were to cultivate on his own, would take at least several decades to acquire. But here, he only needed to take 2 doses of the enhancing potion. Pushing the door open with his hand, he glanced around the Taoist temple. It was empty inside, with only a few people responsible for cleaning bustling about. At the gate of the main hall, Assistant Fu Bai was casually chatting with an attendant. Seeing Yu Hong come out, she hurriedly trotted over. "Temple Master, where are the others?" asked Yu Hong. Some went to support the disaster Great Wall, and several elders from the Spirit Alliance have gone to help infuse Tao breath into the sky stabilizing plate. Fu Bai replied quickly. Is it the temporary command center?
Yuong inquired.
Yes. After relieving the capital, people from the government came to ask Monarch Quan to go to the capital and oversee the situation this morning. He refused. Now they have simply turned this temporary command center into the working center of the Disaster Countermeasures Department. I'll go take a look. If you receive any important intelligence here, just send it to me via mobile phone, said Yu Hong. Sure, Master. Fu Bai quickly nodded. Currently, within Taizhou's safe zone, many new signal towers had been built to forcibly extend the communication signals. However, because of the emergence of malicious codes within the Black Disaster Evil Shadows, only magicians could use communicators. Sighing, Yu Hong quickly donned his coat, exited the Taoist temple, and got into the Temple Master's car. The Temple Master has emerged from seclusion? Thank you for your great compassion, Temple Master. It's Master Yu. Temple Master, my son is still outside. Please, let him in. When will this disaster end, Temple Master? Temple Master. In a chorus of calls, the dense crowd outside the Taoist temple, which had already filled the space, pleaded and inquired towards Yu Hong's car. Many of them were even close to touching the Temple Master's car. Numerous cool sensations, like dense silk threads, followed invisible pathways, converging into Yu Hong's mind. That was the fear-related spiritual power converted by ingrained righteousness. Yu Hong remained silent, well aware that professional matters should be left to professionals. If he spoke out now, he would waste substantial time on irrelevant questions. As the Temple Master, his duty was to do what he was supposed to do. The black sedan meandered slowly through the crowd. Soon, it arrived at the temporary command center building. This used to be a spirit station, now converted into the command center for the area's defense. Yu Hong had just arrived when the magicians from the Spirit Alliance came out to meet him. Qing Huang led the way, followed by Yu Hen, Umo, and other seasoned Taoists. Is Senior Quan he here? Yu Hong got out of the car and greeted his masters before asking. She's still inside, Qing Huang sighed. The situation at the front is not good. The senior just got back. Even though she's sweeping through the enemy, it's this kind of battle without visible hope that's the most troublesome. I understand.
Yuong nodded.
Is there still no way to use the sky stabilizing plate? It's far from what we need. You'll see for yourself when you go there, Qing Huang said. Yu Hong said no more and looked up into the sky. The sky was still pitch black with no light. Since the battle at Tongning City, the sky had never lit up again. No sun, no stars, just endless dark gray fog covering everything. He flicked his form and directly entered the building, disappearing in a blink into the elevator and pressing the button for the top floor. A few seconds later, the elevator doors opened. A spacious hall full of countless dark red runes was revealed before his eyes. Circular, bizarre runes were spread out over all four walls and the ceiling of the hall. The swirling, contorted runes formed circles that gave off an indescribably uncomfortable feeling. Quan He stood at the center, within the largest and most complex red circular array. Hearing the noise, she turned around and looked at Yu Hong. You're finally here. It looks like you've made quite the gains. A small breakthrough in Taoist skills. Yu Hong nodded, stepping out of the elevator to join her. Senior, the sky stabilizing plate? The power I wield fits the criteria, but to fully charge the sky stabilizing plate, we need at least 9 magicians of the same caliber as myself to inject their Tao breath simultaneously. Quan He sighed. 9. Yu Hong was lost for words. Does it have to be at the same time? Yes, only by combining forces simultaneously can we cultivate a higher level of Tao breath. This array has already been simplified. It utilizes a lower level of Tao breath fused with the principle of sublimation, Quan He explained. What about the front? How are things? Yu Hong changed the subject. The disaster Great Wall has suffered heavy casualties, but thanks to your Spirit Light secret technique and the bombarded shells mixed with extra components, We're barely holding the line. However, we can't continue like this. Black disaster and spirit disaster monsters are still evolving amidst the casualties. I fear it won't be long before more fully formed colorful mirrors are spawned. Quan He spoke troubledly. She paused. You've already done your best. Fixing the sky stabilizing plate is an extremely difficult task. But we're facing too many problems now. Actually, there is one way to close the gate of despair stemming from the black disaster, Yu Hong said after a moment of silence. What? Find the very first black disaster monster that emerged and push it back through. The gate of despair will close by itself. Yu Hong shared the strategy summarized by countless lives in the world of Hope City. The first monster? Quan He, gripping the sky stabilizing plate, fell into deep thought. Are you certain? She asked again. Certain. It's been confirmed by someone already. Yu Hong nodded. All right then. I'll give it a try, starting with the nearest gate of despair. If we can close off the black disaster, we can save half our efforts. I have plenty of locating techniques to sort out the time when they emerged. Then it's just a matter of stuffing them back one by one. Quan He counted on her fingers, seemingly ascertained the feasibility with some secret technique, and immediately planned to take action. If you need help from a junior, just say the word, Yu Hong quickly said. As the leader of the Spirit Alliance, it's better for you to command the headquarters. We'll rely on you for direct reinforcements wherever needed. How about that? Quan He suggested. Agreed.
Yuong nodded.
Looking at Quan He's resolute and calm face, he suddenly felt an inexplicable unease. At his level, with the strength of tens of thousands of spiritual power, each premonition could not be taken lightly. Don't worry, I can sense it. The entire world is continuously sliding down, falling, but don't we still have a chance? Quan He smiled. Clearly, she had sensed it long ago. Humans are good at finding hope amidst suffering. Senior's broad-mindedness is something I cannot compare to, Yu Hong said solemnly. Go on, get busy. It's thanks to you that we have the experts from the Seven Evil Alliance filling in the lines. Many critical points are being held by them. Otherwise, the weakened forces of the Nine Sects wouldn't be enough. Quan He put down the sky stabilizing plate and draped on the Taoist robe, walking to the window of the hall. Rest assured, I've been through worse situations than this. Everything will be all right. She smiled brightly, leaped out of the window, and turned into a white dove soaring toward the distant sky. Yu Hong watched as the window, buffeted by the howling winds, shook violently. Stepping forward, he gazed out into the night sky. Buzz! Suddenly, intense vibrations from a distance ceaselessly reached him. Not just him, not just the hall or this building, but the entire surrounding safe zone began to tremble. So, it's finally come to this?
Yuong sighed.
He sensed an energy as staggering as that of a star, bursting forth in the extreme distance. That was a nuclear weapon, and it was close by on the sea surface, likely targeting the Inchi sky pillar at the Gate of Despair. This scene was strikingly similar to what had once happened in the world of Hope City. Chapter 404. Nuclear weapons, already humanity's last card on the table, but now even this card isn't really effective. Yu Hong closed the window without a reminder about radiation exposure or anything like that. To the spirit light gradually covering most people, it was nothing of concern. Right now, he had more pressing matters to attend to. To counteract the ominous premonition, he decided to continue to use the black mark to enhance his base safehouse. Originally, I was planning to bring people over, but now it seems this place is no better than that one. With a sigh, Yu Hong's mind stirred, and a black mist surged behind him, a wooden bridge extending from his back. He turned around, entered the black mist, walked onto the wooden bridge, and soon arrived in front of a dark river flowing through the mist of darkness. The black ship slowly emerged from the black river and stopped in front of him. Yu Hong boarded the ship and sailed down the Black River for about 10 minutes. Soon, the temperature around him began to drop significantly. Before long, the ship docked, stopping in front of a small pier that seemed to have been recently refurbished. Yu Hong jumped off the ship, and the black mist behind him dispersed. Once again, he returned to his absolutely safe Black Wind Camp safehouse. Without going out, he stood in the center of the safehouse, looking around at all the materials and instruments he had previously collected, illuminated by the soft light. Recalling the fight against the three-headed goddess-like monster. Not enough. This time, when he looked at the safehouse's outer defensive array, it was obviously several versions behind. Taking a deep breath, he finally made a decision. He reached out and pressed his hand against the wall. Enhance the entire safehouse direction. Extreme reinforcement of the outer defensive layer's strength. A flash passed over the back of his hand and flowed into the wall. Soon, a black mark inquiry rose in his mind. Do you wish to enhance the safehouse? A countdown appeared alongside it. 17 days, 19 hours, 2 minutes. Yes, Yu Hong answered in a deep voice. Hiss! In that moment, all of the essence, chi, and spirit were sucked into the black mark wildly. Such a state continued for over half a minute. It was only because he replenished very quickly now, otherwise he couldn't support such an exaggerated devouring speed. Finally, the absorption ended. The countdown blurred for a while, then started the official timing. Yu Hong breathed a sigh of relief and withdrew his hand. Next, he began to work on a major upgrade to the safehouse. Not an upgrade of the Black Mark, but using the vast array knowledge he recently learned from the Qingchen Temple Taoist sect and the Seven Evil Alliance, he started to strengthen and remodel it. This time, he planned to add various comprehensive functions to the safehouse to serve as the foundation for future Black Mark enhancements. After all, a complete foundation is a necessary condition for the enhancement of the Black Mark. Complete has always been a necessary condition for strengthening the Black Mark. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. 2 days later, near Taizhou over international waters, the Yin-Chi sky pillar stretched from heaven to earth, slowly turning, with countless black disaster bugs continuously flying out, merging to the sea like black muddy water. Occasionally, streaks of evil shadows flashed by, carried by the black insect tide, bursting forth from the sky pillar. Hiss! Suddenly in the dark sky, a flash of white light appeared as a white light crane arrived, with the Quan He monarch holding a black pearl on the crane's back. This is the original black disaster monster. Let's give it a try. She looked forward with anticipation, gently tossing it forward. To capture without damaging the black disaster is difficult for others, but for someone proficient in sealing like her, it was too easy. Hiss! The black pearl shot into the Yin-Chi sky pillar. Then everything fell silent. Quan He waited quietly. As time passed, the sky pillar visibly started to shrink. Discovering this, her eyes suddenly lit up. No way, it actually worked? Yu Hong, that kid. Even the ancient mages didn't know of such a method. Yet this young man in his 20s did, which clearly indicated his extraordinary background. She was initially grasping at straws, yet it truly brought her a pleasant surprise. After several minutes, the Yin-Chi sky pillar had shrunk to the thickness of a water bucket. Then with a puff, it completely dispersed and vanished. The gate of despair inside was now visible, a dark red vortex with a pitch-black frame. The vortex gradually became transparent, and within less than 10 seconds, it quietly and completely dissipated. It worked! Quan He clapped her hands with sparkling eyes. She moved closer to conduct a thorough check, confirming that it was indeed completely closed. Unknown evil shadows attempted to approach, but with a casual flick of her sleeve, her immense spiritual power instantly turned into a transparent shockwave, directly dispersing them. 2 hours later, Yu Hong, stationed at the Qingchen Temple and overseeing the Spirit Alliance, was disturbed by a knock on the door while cultivating the Tai Ling skill. Opening his eyes, he thought that there must be another emergency on the battlefield requiring his deployment. These days, he has been called upon more than 10 times a day for urgent support to solve the problematic monster invasions in the vicinity. Most were caused by three-eyed dragon men, while a few were due to large numbers of black giants rampaging straightforwardly. With such frequent engagements, each time with extreme intensity, even with his nearly boundless inner strength and a spiritual cultivation reaching over 10,000, he felt profoundly exhausted. But this place, it was the most hopeful he had seen yet in withstanding the pressure. With Quan He Monarch blocking in front, this time, there might really be a chance to stop the Black Disaster Spirit disaster. Just delay the time, and the Spirit Light will be able to protect everyone, ensuring their survival to the greatest extent. Long-term high pressure was bound to breed geniuses with exceedingly strong Dao breath. Given enough time, it wasn't impossible to restore the ancient glory of the mages. By then, recreating the sky-stabilizing plate would not be difficult. Who is it? Yu Hong opened his eyes and looked towards the door.
Alliance Hiérarche.
Quan He Monarch has sent back a message. She has successfully closed the nearby Sea's Gate of Despair. She used the method you provided. Fu Bai's voice conveyed excitement from outside. Although she had always been protected by the Taoist temple, the increasingly dire situation outside had her feeling uneasy. Now, receiving good news finally allowed some semblance of stable hope to emerge. Really? Yu Hong immediately got up, considering how impossible it was to find so many Black Disaster monsters outside, and how even more difficult it was to locate the first monster here compared to in Hope City. Because the monsters here were not immortal. Who knew if the first monster had already been killed? But unexpectedly, Quan He really did it. Where is Quan He Sr. now? Yu Hong stood up and quickly opened the door. The true monarch has already continued to search for other gates of despair. Fu Bai replied, "I'll go see." Yu Hong immediately left the Taoist temple, without informing anyone, activated Thunderbolt Leg, and sped towards the seaside. He passed through the martial law city district, leapt over the high walls, and casually eliminated any roaming Black Disaster monsters along the way. Minutes later, he arrived at the beach. Agrius materialized out of thin air, supporting him, and they plunged into the sea, heading towards the direction of the Gate of Despair. At this time, the night was dark, and dense fog enveloped everything, making it impossible to see anything at sea. After over 10 minutes, Yu Hong found the location where the Yin-Chi Sky Pillar used to be, and indeed, the very conspicuous gigantic heavenly pillar had entirely disappeared. Along with it, the number of various Black Disaster monsters in the surrounding seawater had also significantly decreased. His heart was overjoyed, and he immediately began to clear up the more dangerous evil shadow black tides in the vicinity. Time flew, and 3 days passed. In these 3 days, Quan He Monarch only rested for 6 hours each day, spending the rest battling tirelessly, with impressive achievements. In 3 days, she closed more than 30 gates of despair. There were still 5 gates estimated to be where the first beast had been killed early on and thus untraceable, preventing closure. Such efficiency greatly relieved the pressure on the Yasong Disaster Great Wall. It also allowed the Disaster Countermeasures Department to concentrate more forces on dealing with the Spirit Disaster Gate of 10,000 spirits. Even more gratifying to Yu Hong was that the method also proved effective against the Gate of 10,000 spirits. On her way, Quan He Monarch came across a Gate of 10,000 spirits and tried it. Unexpectedly, it closed the Gate of Major Spirit Disaster. This time, the populace around the entire Disaster Great Wall boiled over with excitement. During this time, the Spirit Disasters and Black Disasters primarily initiated by the Seven Evil Alliance were concentrated in the southern and northern parts of Yasong. The civilians of these 2 areas were the main victims. Thanks to the vast territory, many of the monsters did not reach the other regional cities. With the Disaster Great Wall built in time, only about 30 or so cities were affected by the disaster. The rest of the regions were mainly impacted by the descending darkness and pervasive fog. After confirming that Quan He Monarch really closed a large number of Black Disaster Spirit Disaster Gates, Yasong official decreed that all forces should cooperate fully around her efforts. And Yu Hong also ordered the Spirit Alliance to take the opportunity to attack and destroy the monster's living forces as much as possible. Under such circumstances, 2 weeks passed. Finally, at the ruins of Zai Palace, above the extensive ruins of the Taoist Palace, Quan He Monarch stood atop a gigantic, half-transparent immortal crane, looking ahead at the Yin-Chi Sky Pillar that stretched from heaven to earth. "This is the last gate of 10,000 spirits," she said in a relaxed tone. filled with a sense of immense relief. Behind her, the high-ranking members of the Spirit Alliance and the leadership of the Taoist sects had all gathered here. Even the remaining experts of the Seven Evil Alliance had convened. During this time, they were pulled to fill lines, plugged into wherever needed without any regard for their survival. With continuous attrition, the Seven Evil Alliance's personnel had been reduced by more than half, leaving only those with a fierce glint in their eyes, all deadly killing machines. Of the Seven Evils, Ghost Bell was nowhere to be found, reportedly killed in an ambush by Kuchan. But no one cared. The rest of the Seven Evils did not care, the recovered Long Qingzi did not care, and Yu Hong cared even less. Compared to Kuchan, the mere Ghost Bell was nothing. Dead was dead. Kuchan's value was evidently higher. After experiencing many plots and schemes, the now enlightened Kuchan finally got the knack of ambush. He was no longer as naive as before. At this moment, he stood beside Yu Hong, no longer clutching the corpse of his wife, but wearing a black Taoist robe instead. His disfigured face was covered with a golden mask of a human figure, slightly feminine, clearly in the image of Ghost Bell. "After this gate closes, can everything finally end?" he asked softly. "Temporarily over," Yu Hong nodded. "But why hasn't this darkness passed? The last door is nearly closed." The silent Taoist in the distance voiced his confusion. "Perhaps once this last door is closed, it will slowly disperse," Yu Hong speculated. "No matter what, closing the doors is good for us." A group of magicians nodded in agreement, all looking up at Quan He Monarch in the sky. Chapter 405. People sparsely stood scattered among the ruins. Many buildings were even cut off at the waist, completely losing their ceilings, resembling open boxes. Streams of black smoke drifted out from deep crevices from time to time. Everyone's gaze converged on that last spirit disaster gate. As long as the spirit disaster was closed, the black disaster would actually not be too tough for magicians to handle. The Yin Chi sky pillar constantly tumbled, rotated, and surged. Under Quan He's successive handprints, it was continuously constrained and bound. Hiss! In an instant, a black pearl shot out, entering into the heavenly pillar. That was the initially sealed spirit disaster monster, now precisely shot into the heavenly pillar. Silently, the pillar began to slowly contract, becoming thinner, visibly shrinking. 1 minute, 2 minutes, puff! The last wisp of smoke completely disappeared, and the pillar revealed its core. A dark red grotesque arched door wrapped in flesh and blood. That door also slowly closed. The door, over 30 meters tall, began to emit a creaking friction noise. The 2 door panels closed towards the center. Bang! Finally, the door completely closed. The entire gate of 10,000 spirits also completely faded, became transparent, and dissipated in midair. From then on, above the Zai Palace ruins, there was no trace of the spirit disaster's presence. Silence. Everyone calmed down at this moment. Shortly after, a few seconds later, a huge cheer resounded through the heavens and the earth. Quan He looked relieved at the closed gate of 10,000 spirits, then turned to look at the many magicians below on the ground. Mission accomplished. A gentle smile appeared on her face. Next, only the gate of despair of the black disaster remains. In that moment, both the Spirit Alliance and the Disaster Countermeasures Department's magicians were filled with joy. Ever since the Taoist sect encountered trouble, the Seven Evil Alliance unleashed the Black Disaster Spirit Disaster. The elder sister began to continuously slide downward, moving toward the direction of abyss faster and faster. Until now, Quan He Monarch emerged, forcibly closing each gate with her own power. One could say she alone almost saved this world that was about to slip into the abyss. It seems, as long as Quan He Monarch is around, this world should be able to maintain basic stability. I can probably start bringing people over. Yu Hong also revealed a smile at this time. If even this method was useless and Quan He Monarch could not handle it, then his last resort would be to try and strengthen the sky stabilizing plate. But such a terrifyingly large energy demand could not be met in a short time. For a black mark that even for strengthening medicine needed over 10 days, The sky stabilizing plate, a treasure of such potency, would likely need a very long time before it could be strengthened to a usable standard. After all, that would require the immense energy only attainable after the confluence and sublimation of 9 Quan He. Thinking this, Yu Hong finally revealed a relaxed smile on his face. Fortunate that everything has ended. He looked at the dazzling form of Quan He in the sky, feeling that rescuing her from her declining years was the most correct decision he made in his life. Click. Just then, suddenly, a sound like glass cracking echoed through the sky. All the magicians present with a certain level of spiritual power heard this sound. What was that sound? Yu Hong furrowed his brow, looked around, but could not discover anything. Suddenly, he hurriedly raised his head, looking towards Quan He. "Be careful!" In that instant, his pupils shrank, he yelled loudly. But it was already too late. Behind Quan He Monarch, the just-closed gate of 10,000 spirits unexpectedly revealed its outline once again. The gate's door showed numerous cracks. Then, in the instant Quan He turned her head, it explosively shattered. Hiss! A giant golden hand, in an instant, stretched out from the gate, and with a bang precisely grabbed onto Quan He's body. The giant hand was engraved with countless runes, as if made of gold, similar to the previously severed brass hand, only more solidified and larger. After grabbing Quan He, the hand suddenly retracted, instantly entering the gate, disappearing from sight. This sudden change silenced the magicians below, who had no time to react. It was too fast. The giant hand appeared, grabbed Quan He, and retracted back in less than 1 second. For that duration, at that distance, even Yu Hong was too slow to intervene and rescue. Boom! Just then, an ear-splitting crane cry came out from inside the gate of 10,000 spirits, but abruptly stopped, and everything calmed down. At that moment, the sky was empty. In the dark night sky, where Quan He Monarch had just been radiating bright white light, she had now completely vanished without a trace. The magicians present were all stunned. Not knowing how to react, some even thought they were seeing things, lowering their heads to rub their eyes. Some instinctively began to retreat backward, creating distance, ready to flee at any moment. But most people, they fixed their gaze in the direction where Quan He Monarch was captured. How is this possible? The Taoist of Golden Light's face stiffened, his eyes filled with disbelief. Our teacher, her strength reaches heaven and penetrates earth. How could this be? Hiss! Ku Chan and the silent Taoist both took off from the ground on one side, turning into 2 streaks of light, one red and one white, flying toward the gate of 10,000 spirits. Yu Hong was a bit slower, but also leapt up, aiming for the gate of 10,000 spirits. However, all 3 seemed to have passed through an illusion, directly moving through the middle of the gate of 10,000 spirits. Landing behind, they turned to look back. At this moment, the other magicians below finally reacted, releasing their magic, bombarding toward the gate of 10,000 spirits. One by one, spiritual summons of incorporeal beings, fire, ice, poison, fog, beams of light, and more thick and fast flew towards the gate of 10,000 spirits. But all of them passed right through the middle. Senior, Yu Hong, with purple-red inner power flames igniting all over him, leapt up again, briefly hovering in front of the gate of 10,000 spirits. But he felt nothing. Within his spiritual senses, there was just emptiness, nothing at all. At this very moment, an indescribable panic arose in the hearts of the magicians present. The formidable power of Quan He Monarch had deepened in their hearts during this period, a terrifying strength that completely set her apart from others. But at this moment, even she was grasped and taken away by that gold hand inside the gate of 10,000 spirits. Even such a world-conquering powerhouse was powerless to resist. Then they, "Leader! Quick! Look at the sky!" Suddenly, Qing Huang yelled out. Yu Hong hastily looked up, staring higher up. Boom, 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 boom. At this time, a series of dull sounds continuously transmitted from the high sky. One after another, ancient and ornate rounded arches appeared and opened. It was his first time seeing the gate of 10,000 spirits. 5 gates, 10 gates, 20 gates, 50 gates. Eventually, Yu Hong stopped counting how many gates of 10,000 spirits there were. He only saw, filling the sky, a dense sea of gates of 10,000 spirits, nearly covering his entire field of vision. What's happening? His whole being was bewildered. Crack. Golden flashes of lightning streaked across the sky, rapidly followed by more and more, illuminating everything, dyeing the world gold. From inside the gates of 10,000 spirits, swarms of golden armor dragon men rushed out, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, even more, all in a three-eyed form. They lined up in battle formations, with Kai Jing Taoist in charge, having a gold-rimmed halo on his back, commanding from behind. Ancient symbol-decorated white banners fluttered, one by one moving towards below. The golden-colored Spirit Disaster Army, like a tide of sea water, descended from over 10,000 meters above, thunderously crashing down towards the land below. Simultaneously, from all gates of 10,000 spirits, huge golden arms stretched out. Densely packed golden arms clasped together, then with a loud pop, exploded into countless golden light particles. Within the light particles, 100 meters tall giant clad in pure white full-body armor emerged, holding a three-pronged trident, with a crown of blazing white flames over his head, hovering mid-air. As the armored giant appeared, an enormous terrifying spiritual pressure spread out in all directions, inundating the surroundings. Within a 10 kilometers radius, the entire ground instantly sank down significantly, pressed into a giant spherical imprint. The magicians below on the ground, along with buildings, all uniformly sank down. That terrifying, exaggerated spiritual pressure distorted reality, transforming into over a ton of physical weight, instantly turning several physically weaker magicians ghastly pale, with spirit light emerging on their bodies. A small number of magicians who had not mastered spirit light's secret skills were pressed to their knees on the ground, continuously vomiting blood, their bodies rapidly deforming, bones shattering, flesh slowly being compressed into a messed pancake. I am the immortal general of the four-spirit 10,000 mountains. Golden eyes shone brightly and deeply under the white armor giant's helmet. Mortals, all things shall wither, only the immortal endures. Within the echoing grand voice, the silent Taoist was the first to react, grabbing a nearby apprentice and turning to run. Yu Hong glanced at the chaotic values on his multi-use meter, directly smashing it. This device was useless now. The enemy's spiritual value exceeded the detection limit, at least over 100 million. Even the Quan He monarch, who had mastered spirit light, was silently captured. He immediately stopped hesitating and turned to run. This world. He had long felt that the world's magicians were not right. Their mastered magic often involved summoning the divine intent of heaven, but it seemed like the immortal gods of heaven also stood behind the spirit disasters. Are the two systems the same? If so, why does the power of heaven, frequently borrowed by the magicians, not threaten this world? Every borrowing by the magicians, isn't it just continuously opening small gates of 10,000 spirits? He always had this doubt, and now, watching the gates of 10,000 spirits, which should have been completely closed, being opened like a child's play, hundreds to thousands, filling the entire sky, seemed to him that this world might be too close to the spirit disasters, thinking of the spirit disasters previously evolving by devouring human spiritual power. This world might essentially be the hunting ground for spirit disasters, coming to harvest periodically. That's why there were so many loopholes, making it so easy for Long Qing and others to open the gates of 10,000 spirits. Chapter 406. Yu Hong dashed wildly across the land to escape. A ton of pressure might be formidable for others, but to him it felt like a drizzle. However, the key point was that he and his opponent were separated by at least a few thousand meters, yet he could already feel such intense pressure if he got any closer. Perhaps just constantly feeling the pressure would equal tens or hundreds of tons. Then there was no point in fighting. Monarch Quan He. His mind still couldn't believe it. that such a formidable Quan He monarch would be captured and disappear without any resistance. Maybe she's just temporarily trapped and can escape. Yu Hong comforted himself internally, but the spiritual premonition of acute unease made him realize the likelihood of that result was too low. He turned his head and saw some slower magicians already engulfed and devoured by the golden army of three-eyed dragon men. Even Su Ling, one of the 9 sect masters, already seriously injured and not adept in speed magic, desperately became engulfed in the golden waves. She disappeared in the blink of an eye, and a group of close disciples and brothers screamed and broke off to save her. But it was too late. They too were engulfed. If it wasn't for these dragon men needing to constantly maintain an array formation, besides Yu Hong, none of the magicians would have escaped. Yet even then, more than half of the magicians didn't manage to escape in time. They were overwhelmed and torn apart on the spot. Yu Hong felt a continuous stream of spirit light entering his body as people died. He couldn't help but turn his head to the sky. Above the ruins of Zai Palace, the sky had already condensed into a massive expanse of gray fog. Like initially, the fog quickly spread in all directions, enveloping the ground. Recalling the number of gate of 10,000 spirits he had just seen, Yu Hong no longer hesitated. He understood. This world was finished. Boom! Purple-red flames erupted again on his body. Inner strength doubled burning. His speed surged to nearly 400 yards. A speed of hundreds of meters per second turned him almost into the wind, madly sprinting onward. After more than 10 minutes, Disaster Great Wall. Yu Hong was the first to leap over the thick black wall, pressing the alarm button on the wall. Woo! The shrill emergency alarm sound quickly rose. Teams of magicians paired with army soldiers rushed out from their places of rest. Everyone took their positions. Artillerists aimed and calibrated. Bombers took off, missile silos automatically opened, ready to launch at any time. Magicians began to stir Dao breath, attaching magic to all weapons. Yu Hong generously modified 3 special attack talismans into arrays. Under the activation of a large number of magicians, they coated the entire Disaster Great Wall black wall with a layer of shining white array patterns. At this time, the rear magicians just kept rushing over, successively crossing the Disaster Great Wall, stopping to rest. Some chose not to stop and tried to run further away, but were held in place by Yu Hong using Spirit Light secret skill. He personally stood next to a missile silo. At this moment, the military commander stationed here quickly rushed over, walking up to him. Alliance Hierarch Zheng Ro, what's happening? Wasn't it said that the last gate of 10,000 spirits was about to be closed? Why is there such a big deployment now? Are you questioning me? Yu Hong retorted, his gaze toward the other. The commander, a middle-aged bald man with a small beard, stiffened under that stare, but still held his ground under the pressure and met Yu Hong's eyes. The supernatural side is what you and the Disaster Countermeasures Department are in charge of. If I don't ask you, who should I ask? Earlier you guys confidently told me you could finish everything soon. What exactly is going on now? Why hit the highest alert button? Where is Monarch Quan He? Monarch! Yu Hong gritted his teeth, recalling the skies filled with gates of 10,000 spirits, almost unable to speak. Seeing this, the commander's heart chilled instantly, understanding that the situation was grim. Although he was not a magician, he had some understanding of Quan He's high strength in the magic circle. But now, this era's strongest magician was also, they're coming. Yu Hong suddenly turned his head, looking towards Zai Palace. In the gray fog pouring out again from there, an endless golden wave surged out, thunderously charging towards the Disaster Great Wall. This exaggerated number made the already prepared army and magicians all stunned. But the next moment, everyone immediately began bombing. The dense sound of artillery fire merged into a single noise, shaking the ground. Thousands of shells at several times the speed of sound, thunderously plunged into the golden wave. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions and flames constantly blocked the approaching wave. Yu Hong leaped into the missile silo, landed on top of a missile, continuously adding spirit light to it like it was free. Since spirit light could only temporarily attach to inanimate objects, he had to rush here immediately. Seeing this, the commander didn't hesitate, took out a walkie-talkie and ordered ignition. Hiss! Flames lit up below the missile. The entire silo vibrated and rumbled. As the flames grew brighter and smoke billowed out, Yu Hong jumped to the side of the well, watching the missile gradually ascend, accelerate, tilt, and rise higher. Don't worry, it will rise to the highest point, then descend from the sky, accelerating to 30 times the speed of sound to bomb down. Just the impact force alone is a major weapon, the commander said solemnly. Yu Hong didn't reply, just turned around, watching the golden wave from the direction of Zai Palace. At this moment, the three-eyed Dragon Man army formed an array and released a pale golden transparent barrier, blocking the bombing of artillery fire, bombs, and landmines. Despite countless Dragon Men being shredded by the added large-scale explosions and burning into ash, disappearing, they were far too many. Some army formations even performed short-distance collective instantaneous movements, thus avoiding slower burning shells. The deafening bombing and artillery sounds almost made Yu Hong unable to hear any other sounds. He quickly returned to the city wall, where the magicians who had just returned had already begun coordinating with the army to intercept the enormous incoming danger.
Alliance Hiérarche?
Kai Jing is here. Qing Huang, pale-faced, ran in. Think of something.
Kai Jing.
Yu Hong fell silent. Those Kai Jing Taoists who had just appeared, each carrying a golden halo behind them, were all in their complete form. What could he use to fight them? Last time, it took Quan He 15 minutes to completely refine just 3 fully developed Kai Jing. Now, there were far more than 3.
Alliance Hiérarche.
The Taoist who kept silent also hurried over. What should we do next? At this moment, facing such a terrifying scene, even these veteran magicians didn't know what to do anymore. The gap in strength on the other side was too vast. They couldn't see any possibility of resistance. The only hope was to come to Yu Hong, second only to Quan He, to see if the mysterious him had any good ideas. Yu Hong remained silent. What good ideas could he have? In this situation, even if he could immediately obtain another opportunity to access the lighting disaster gate, it would be futile. There were too many gates of 10,000 spirits from the spirit disaster. Seeing his silence, the Taoist who kept silent and others seemed to understand something, their complexions turning even paler. Some magicians who had just escaped returned also turned around and stealthily fled. Crack! A golden lightning suddenly streaked across the sky. Swoosh! Instantaneously, 5 Kai Jing Taoists, through instantaneous movement, appeared in the sky above the disaster Great Wall. They towered high above, their 100-meter-tall figures releasing faint colorful light, illuminating the surroundings, looking down upon everything. A faint divine sound emerged. An aura both majestic and holy surged into the hearts of everyone on the Great Wall. It's over. The moment Yu Hong saw them, he understood that any resistance from others was completely meaningless. Only he was here, without the slightest hesitation. His body erupted with purple-red inner power flames. His body size expanded, countless fine threads behind him wove into a giant humanoid figure. Then he stomped the ground and shot up into the sky. Thunderbolt! 5 forms. His body turned into a purple-red meteor, in a blink slamming into a Kai Jing Taoist in front of him. A sweeping leg kick. Boom! This kick heavily struck the side of the Kai Jing Taoist's waist but was blocked by a layer of pale golden semi-transparent barrier. 2 equally enormous terrifying forces crazily contradicted and depleted each other. But before Yu Hong could continue exerting force, the other Kai Jing Taoists on one side simultaneously pointed their fingers at him. Moon God's remnants. Those who defy, die. Amidst the resounding divine sounds, the Kai Jing Taoists issued a low roar like a judgment. Buzz! For fingertips emitted colorful lights, via instantaneous movement. They appeared right beside Yu Hong, instantly wrapping him. A second later, sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The colorful light exploded, scattering, and Yu Hong's body encompassed with golden electric arcs and silver spirit light making chaotic sounds, staunchly withstanding the erosion of the colorful light. "Kill!" he roared ferociously, his right leg sweeping down like a battle axe. Boom! The Kai Jing Taoist in front of him got hit directly in the neck by this leg, and the colorful light on its head was also struck, dropping colorful light scraps. The next instant, it like a meteor was smashed flying toward the distance, heavily landing. Bang! The ground shook, but less than a second later, this Kai Jing Taoist via instantaneous movement reappeared, pointing a finger on Yu Hong's back. Colorful light flared, and Yu Hong was once again wrapped in more dazzling light. After 1 second, the divinity electric light and silver spirit light on him also intensively depleted, barely blocking the colorful light. Just as he was about to counterattack, the other Kai Jing Taoists simultaneously appeared via flash, surrounding him exactly in the center, seemingly forming an array, rapidly sealing with their hands. Streaks of colorful light turned into threads, rapidly wrapping around Yu Hong. A terrifying mental pressure at this moment violently surged. Boom! The next second, Yu Hong suddenly felt his body weight multiply by 10 times. His body sank, all his muscles, bones, and organs started to endure tremendous internal pressure. The second, his body weight once again increased 10 times. 2 tenfold increments directly shot up to hundreds of times his original body weight. As he originally weighed half a ton, it suddenly increased 100-fold, instantly maximized his body load. The next second, the colorful light threads around again began to increase the amplification. Yu Hong couldn't move, his inner power burning within him, divinity spirit light desperately struggling, trying to escape the thread's restraints. If this happens again, he might have no choice but to recall his spirit light and transform into his complete form. "I'm coming!" Suddenly a cold voice sounded from below. A vast dark red flame shot into the sky, a towering figure with a blurry face wearing spiked black armor, carrying a black sun on his back, rapidly approached, slashing 2 swords at 2 Kai Jing Taoists. Although this force was not enough to injure the Kai Jing Taoists, it disrupted the array they were releasing, causing some of the colorful threads to break. Ku Chan himself was pointed at by a casually pointed finger from a Kai Jing Taoist. His protective flame exploded on the spot. The Qi Shao sword once again surfaced with cracks, flying backward, crashing into a small building, his fate unknown. Yu Hong seized the opportunity to break free, his leg thunderously striking the head of one Kai Jing Taoist. With a pop, colorful light spots burst and shattered. This Kai Jing Taoist was instantly kicked, its aura dimming, injured by the inner power and flying out. Chapter 407. Yu Hong fell to the ground, his inner strength shaking off the enhanced pressure caused by the increased weight. Top magician experts like the Golden Light Taoist were now, one after another, releasing long-range magic to provide support. Various colored spiritual domains rapidly expanded, soaring into the sky desperately. But by now it was already too late. The number of 3-eyed dragon men was too great. They had already begun instantaneous movement into the Great Wall, commencing a massacre. No magician could withstand their instant skewering attacks. Spiritual domains could only barely encompass single digits, while more crazily poured in ceaselessly. Even with spirit light enhancing protection, it could at most hold out for a few more moments. Now, one after another, the spirit light shattered like smashed eggs. The magicians couldn't hold them back, let alone ordinary people. Every second, spirit light was flying into Yu Hong's body. The color of the spirit light on him gradually overshadowed all other colors, bathing the whole person in dazzling silver. "Kill!" He erupted from the ground once again, charging toward the Kai Jing Taoist, but hit nothing as the opponent instantaneously moved away, refusing to engage him in combat. They were no longer able to stand one-on-one against the current Yu Hong, whose overall qualities were quickly being strengthened by the large amounts of spirit light. 5 Kai Jing Taoists spread out their formation, widening the distance, flashing rapidly around, preparing to form the array and release the colorful mirror threads again. Further off, that huge humanoid figure in pure white armor, with white ribbons twining around its body and a blinding white flame burning over its head, was slowly drifting this way. With every bit of distance it moved, the 10 kilometers around it seemed to become its unique field of intense pressure. Everywhere it reached, the earth collapsed, leaving clear indentations. All living things, trees, stones, were all crushed to dust. On Yu Hong's side, the number of Spirit Alliance members dying was increasing. More and more spirit light was shooting up and merging into his body. Once again, a trace of power from the ultimate sun appeared faintly behind him. As the spirit light continued to strengthen, his strength, speed, physical constitution, and defense were all rapidly soaring once more. The Kaijing Taoists, who had been previously trying to lock him down with an array, were now no longer able to entangle him. Instead, they were repeatedly ambushed by him, forced to retreat in defeat. Their instantaneous movement was not without a sign. There was a slight hand gesture of sealing before it happened. It was this slight delay that, at close quarters, Yu Hong seized to launch lightning-fast assaults, scattering the Kaijing Taoists' colorful aura with each strike. Boom! At last, the halo behind one of the Kaijing Taoists shattered, and his entire body was punched, exploding the head's colorful glow, disintegrating in an instant. But in the next second, a large amount of gray fog condensed not far away, once again revealing the figure of a Kaijing Taoist. It had actually been reborn. It was only now that Yu Hong finally understood why Quan He would choose sealing, would choose an array. At this very moment, the immortal general in the distance was closing in. Tens of thousands of magicians and soldiers were dying every moment on the ground below. Even though the spirit light was still rapidly enhancing his all-around qualities, Yu Hong could not see a glimmer of hope. Kill! From the manor house behind, most of the expert magicians had fled. Only Ku Chan, once again clutching the Qi Shao sword, his face covered in blood, charged out. His eyes were dark red, his body enveloped in dark red flames. His Dao breath sword, combined with the silver spirit light threads, actually much stronger than before. Clearly, this guy was also a genius. After receiving guidance from Quan He had improved the application of spirit light to another level in a short time, integrating and enhancing his magic power. Looking at the immortal general approaching in the distance, feeling the disaster Great Wall below almost submerged, Yu Hong gritted his teeth, let himself fall to the ground, stomped his foot and rushed towards Ku Chan, grabbing him. "We've been beaten, let's go!" he yelled angrily, carrying the person towards the empty space behind the Great Wall. With the speed currently greatly amplified by his spirit light, he was nearing 200 meters per second. That was an astonishing speed nearing 700 yards. It was close to the speed of sound. The air in front of him almost turned into a thick sludge. In an instant, the scenery at his side turned to blurred shadows, and various messy things in front were pierced through. In a few leaps, he took the person several kilometers away. The Kaijing Taoists lost interest in him after realizing he was gone, eagerly beginning to devour the glowing points of spiritual power rising from the humans below. Yu Hong sprinted, sensing the dwindling breaths of life left on the Great Wall behind him with his spiritual power, eventually closing his eyes, holding the blood-spewing Ku Chan, and racing toward Taizhou. But still on the way, the night-like sky suddenly began to clear of the gray fog. One by one, white meteors fell from the sky, plummeting diagonally toward the earth. The ground began to tremble. It wasn't a simple tremor caused by explosions, but an extremely violent shaking. Crack! The earth began to split, revealing crevasses like massive centipedes. Yu Hong turned back sharply. Seeing at the sight of the disaster Great Wall, the white-armored immortal general, with one hand raised high, holding a giant lance made of white electric light, already smashing it fiercely into the ground. The lance turned into a straight pillar of light, thunderously striking the earth, piercing deep into the ground. Columns of white light continuously poured into the earth, their surroundings, buildings, terrain, all shattered and deformed by the ripples surged up from the ground, turning into a uniformly fine and flat land. At this moment, 2 white intercontinental missiles visibly descended from the sky, hitting the white armored immortal general in midair. Hiss! Blinding light burst forth in an instant, forming 2 small suns overlapping each other. The surrounding night was directly dispersed, illuminated. Everything seemed to have returned to daylight, but that light lasted for less than a second before suddenly dimming. Yu Hong opened his eyes again, just in time to see white streamers on the body of the immortal general automatically flying out, enveloping the 2 nuclear explosions of the small suns completely, sealing away all light and heat. The streamers fluttered violently, showing cracks on their surface, but ultimately they did not break. After a tense few seconds, all became completely tranquil. Seeing this, Yu Hong had completely lost all hope in his heart. He turned his head and sprinted away furiously. "We're leaving. What about the people at the disaster Great Wall?" Ku Chan, being dragged along by him, still had the energy to speak. "There are no more living people at the disaster Great Wall," Yu Hong replied solemnly. The exaggerated golden wave had already doomed those below when he had been entangled by Kai Jing Taoists. Ordinary people were the true prey of these spirit disasters. Ku Chan had no response and fell silent. The 2 of them hurriedly made their way, encountering openings in the sky along the road, one gate of 10,000 spirits after another. Random doors appeared even in the sky above desolate wastelands. Clearly, the erosion of this world by the spirit disasters had not just begun. Opening so many gates in an instant, hidden dangers had been lurking for many years. Yu Hong, along the way, encountered a magician from the Spirit Alliance driving a car to escape, and kept stepping in to save people. Fortunately, those who went to this final viewing were either top experts or slick old-timers with vast experience. Sensing something wrong, they escaped quickly. Some went direct. More than an hour later, Taizhou's temporary command center. Bang! The door to the command hall was busted open. Yu Hong was the first to enter, breathing slightly heavily, followed by Yu Hen, Yu Mo, Qing Huang, Silent, and others. As they entered, they immediately attracted the gaze of all mid-level magicians inside. "The news is known to all of you, and now with time critical, we have no way out," Yu Hong stated as he stood on the podium, projecting his voice. "The immortal general that emerged later seems to have triggered the shaking of the earth. Everywhere was experiencing earthquakes as I returned, the ground cracking open. The sky also has sparse openings of the gate of 10,000 spirits, with meteor-like falls containing all sorts of monsters. I suspect the higher layers had larger gates of 10,000 spirits opening. That's why monsters fell from the sky, turning into meteors." Yu Hong looked around at everyone. Of the 9 sects, only 4 remained. Taoists from Golden Light and 2 others were there but injured. Long Qingzi, weakened, leaned against the wall. He had returned to his physical body, and his cultivation had only recovered for a few days with the help of spirit light before being dragged into frontline slaughter. He was unfortunately hit directly by the golden wave initially, severely wounded on the spot. Within the whole 7 Evil Alliance, he was the only survivor. The rest were all devoured in an instant because they were too close to the front. "Alliance Hierarch, is there really no hope at all?" Yaochen Taoist took a step forward, staring at Yu Hong. "Gathering wisdom may find us a way, and that's why I've called everyone here," Yu Hong answered. He was well aware that Taizhou could not withstand the Golden Wave or the Immortal General from the First Spirit Mountain. All resistance was merely a powerless delay, nothing more. For this particular situation, there is only one method. Amidst the multitude of magicians, it was Yu Hen, the unobtrusive Taoist, who now spoke up with gravity. "Master Uncle?" Yu Hong looked at Yu Hen in surprise. Among the many magicians present, Yu Hen's power was almost the weakest, but power doesn't seem to represent will. He still had hope in his eyes. He still had a plan? Conversely, the rest of the senior magicians had lost their calm. "The best strategy now is to avoid the brunt of the edge, to hide," Yu Hen said quickly. "But they move too fast, spreading their array. I estimate in half an hour they could reach here. There's not enough time."
Yu Hong repliait urgently.
All the underground nuclear shelters in Taizhou can accommodate people. Sound the alarm now. Save as many as we can, Yu Hen said. But what after that? Enter the nuclear shelters only to be trapped and slain by the spirit disasters. Long Qingzi retorted sarcastically. Leave some people to draw them off. The rest hide away, conceal yourselves and take a gamble. There are no other options now, Yu Hong said, giving him a look. Long Qingzi shuddered all over, falling silent. His face was extremely ugly. He already understood who would be chosen to cover the rear. We have already set up multiple layers of concealed arrays at the entry and exit of the nuclear shelters. It was to prepare for this day. Didn't expect, Yu Hen sighed. He had simply been too accustomed to calculating and liked to have several backup plans. Hence he had casually ordered the arrangements. He hadn't expected that today they would actually be needed. Chapter 408. Execute immediately. Save as many as we can. The commanding representative from Yasong official side stood up, making a decisive decision and issuing the order with a slam of his hand. When it came to the ordinary people, it was he who made the decisions. As for the magicians, they all looked to Yu Hong. There are 26 minutes left, which is roughly the time I estimated. If we don't send out that immortal general and the Kaijing Taoist, who are capable of continuously using instantaneous movement to rapidly approach this location. Yu Hong said, everyone, start guiding the civilians to evacuate immediately. Lien Yunzi, if the spirit disaster army attacks, you'll be responsible for buying time, he said to Lien Yunzi. Yes. Lien Yunzi gritted his teeth and could only bow his head. Let's begin. Gentlemen. Yu Hong said no more. He turned and left the command hall. Outside, airplanes continuously took off into the sky, departing towards distant places. It was clear that these were the high-ranking officials and wealthy merchants who had received the news in advance. However, these meteors were not in straight lines. They could freely bend and move, each enclosing groups of three-eyed golden armored dragon men, resembling spaceships descending from the sky. Yu Hong exited the command hall and first found his master, Umo, to have him pack up and gather at the Taoist temple. Then he alerted the higher-ups of the Spirit Alliance, including Qing Huang, the remaining 9 sect masters, the Golden Light Taoist, and the others. Additionally, he individually notified Chang Shu and various other magicians to get in place. 10 minutes later, nearly 90% of the people notified at Qingchen Temple had arrived. Where is Ku Chan? Yu Hong entered the courtyard, only to find that Ku Chan was not there. As a top genius of the heavenly master level, his self-created Taoist skills could even directly devour lower-level spirits of the spirit disaster to replenish himself, sustaining him in battle. Naturally, he hoped such a top-level talent wouldn't perish so easily. He and Long Qingzi went together, saying they didn't want to flee the battle, Lien Yunzi said with a sigh. Let him be. Yu Hong had no response, unable to forcibly command someone who no longer feared death, even with his mastery of spirit light. His entire family died at the hands of the spirit disaster, and unlike us, hiding well and sustaining through battle is indeed better for him than hiding away, said the silent Taoist. All right. Yu Hong wasted no more words and scanned the people present. Lien Yun's group of 3, the 4 sect leaders, and their close disciples totaled more than 10 people. At Qingchen Temple, a group of old Taoists and disciples added up to over 40 people. Then there were over 30 old members of the Spirit Light Alliance, such as Chang Shu. Altogether, nearly 100 people were present. These were the essence of the magicians remaining in the Yasong region of the world for the short term. This place, there's no hope left. Yu Hong waved his hand, releasing a technique to seal the whole Taoist temple, preventing sound from leaking out. I have an option to take you away from here to a place with extremely low temperature, but relatively safer than here. Who wants to come with me? He said solemnly. Safe? Is there still such a place now? The silent Taoist questioned. I can't take too many people, so only those of you present have the right to choose. To go or not, you have 2 minutes to consider, Yu Hong said, not heeding the doubt and continuing. The crowd quieted down, seeing the serious look on Yu Hong's face. Nobody thought he was joking. At this critical juncture, as the leader of the Spirit Alliance, he surely knew it was not a time for jokes, so this retreat, this so-called relatively safe place, was most likely real. "Can't we bring more people?" Yu Hen asked somberly. Yu Hong shook his head. His black ship was only so big, and the space it could accommodate was extremely limited. An ineffable silence fell. Everyone seriously pondered over this choice. Whether to hide with everyone in the underground nuclear protection facilities, or to go with the Alliance leader to a completely unknown so-called safe place. Not long after, Yu Hong spoke up. "Those who are unwilling can leave now." Silently, many from the 9 sects walked out, including the surviving sect leaders and the silent Taoist, who did not have complete trust in Yu Hong. Instead of taking a wild gamble with him, it was better to hold on to what they could see. The leading silent Taoist cupped his fists towards Yu Hong in a salute and silently led the people away. As these 10 or so people left, Lien Yun's group of 3 also set off and left. "I can probably guess what safe place you are talking about, Alliance leader, but it's not our time to go yet. If all of us leave and Master manages to break out, no one will be there to receive him after all his struggling, and that would be terrible," the Golden Light Taoist said firmly, cupping his fists at Yu Hong. Together with Yao Chen and Lien Yunzi, the 3 of them left the Taoist temple. Suddenly, only those of the Qingchen line and the original members of the Spirit Alliance such as Cheng Shu remained on site. The top experts had chosen to stay behind. Yu Hong did not attempt to retain them, sensing from the spiritual sensing that those who stayed harbored a subtle willingness towards death. Be it due to the bonds they carried out of hatred or simply out of weariness, they were unwilling to keep fleeing. Those who were unafraid of even death naturally paid no heed to his so-called threats of spirit light. However, the other's words reminded him, had the greatest share of Quan He's spirit light not returned yet? Was it locked away by heaven, or could it be that Quan He hadn't died? Was he just temporarily trapped? This thought involuntarily also raised a faint hope in his heart. Looking at the last figure of Lien Yunzi leaving, the doors of the Taoist temple slowly closed. "Now, is no one else leaving?" Yu Hong swept his gaze over the crowd. "Then release your spirit light, protect yourselves. Follow me." He took the lead to turn around, heading towards the room where he practiced and retreated. Shortly after, he entered through the open door. Yu Hen, Umo, and the other senior Taoists nodded and promptly conjured their spirit light, following him inside. Cheng Shu and the others also released silver light with determined faces and followed suit. The remaining 70-plus people filed in one by one, forming a long line as they streamed into the room. Strangely, as soon as everyone entered the room, they found themselves in a deep, dense black disaster fog. "Is this black disaster fog?" Qing Huang at the forefront realized the situation and recognized it. He had surrendered his loyalty early and, with his consistent dedication, was already considered a high-level member of the Spirit Alliance. And there with him was the old slick Zhao Jingtang. He surprisingly hadn't left either. "It indeed is the fog of the black disaster," Zhao Jingtang quietly murmured while feeling and observing the surroundings, grabbing a wisp of fog in his hand. As a top-tier magician of the 7 fierce level, he too was almost at the same level as the 9 sect masters, naturally having his own method of distinction. "Don't worry, just follow me." Yu Hong was still making his way through the black fog ahead, while the furnishings in the surrounding rooms were already completely blurred, obscured, and vanished by the fog. Though they knew they were inside a small bedroom, they felt as if they were moving across an endlessly vast plain of dense fog, experiencing a weird sense of absurdity. Before long, the sound of a flowing river started emerging from the front. Everyone looked intently ahead and saw a pitch-black river appear, with a crudely made dock of stone and wood perched over it. Yu Hong had already walked onto the small wooden bridge of the dock, proceeding deeper into the black fog. It was with some hesitation that the others followed. But Yu Hong, appearing to have anticipated this, had his own body glowing with thick silver spirit light, acting like a lighthouse guiding them. This light instantly brought a sense of calm to the crowd. The bright silver light also penetrated the surrounding fog quite a bit, reducing the previous thick sense of mystery and eeriness. Before long, a massive black ship moored at the riverbank materialized in front of Yu Hong. The ship was of an old model from ancient times, complete with a wooden mast and sails. Yu Hong leapt aboard, jumping onto the black ship and threw down a rope ladder from the deck. The crowd followed, cautiously climbing up the black ship using the rope ladder. Upon boarding, Umo touched the side of the ship. The damp, slippery sensation made his scalp tingle, and standing at the edge of the ship, he looked down at the surging black river water outside, where seemingly strange and dangerous shadows peered at them through the flowing water. Creak. Quickly everyone was aboard, and the black ship slightly trembled, emitting the noise of being laden with weight for the first time. Then it automatically drifted away from the dock, slowly sailing into the depths of the black fog. This ship, it seems to be constructed entirely from materials left by black disaster monsters, Zhao Jingtang suddenly exclaimed. He squatted on the deck, tapping lightly on the ground and listening to the sound it returned. According to the latest classification by the Spirit Alliance, this deck is made from at least nightmare-level strength black disaster monster bones, ground and processed. I have used this material before. Nightmare level corresponds to which level of spirit disaster? The elder Taoist Yu Hen asked. The Kai Jing Taoist alone is roughly at nightmare level. I have studied this category. It spans a wide range from ordinary three-eyed dragon men to incomplete colorful mirrors, then to complete colorful mirrors, with a tenfold difference in the strength of their Dao breath, Zhao Jingtang explained. He was well aware that among all the people on the ship, his status was probably the lowest, the least trustworthy, so making a good relationship with the senior Taoists like Yu Hen and Umo was his first priority. Colorful mirror. Everyone trembled at the word. Looking down at the black deck under their feet again, they suddenly felt it exuded mystery and danger from every part. This ship was originally a private property of an ordinary ship owner, but later it was modified by a powerful force into a special ship capable of sailing through the black disaster. So don't panic, we are now safe. Yu Hong stood at the bow, turning back to explain to everyone. But before he could finish speaking, a vast expanse of black fog behind him rapidly dispersed, and a huge Taoist wearing a golden crown silently emerged from the fog, his face half as big as the black ship. The Taoist, with an iron-blue face devoid of expression, had two golden flames burning in his eyes, staring down at the people on the ship. Yu Hong, sensing something was wrong, saw the shocked and astonished expressions of the crowd and abruptly turned around. Muna India Sangluo. The immense face of the Taoist began to recite an unfamiliar mantra and true word. A great burst of gray fog rushed from his mouth and nose, forcibly invading the black fog, completely encircling the black ship. A force comparable to a complete Kai Jing Taoist's terrifying spiritual suppression crashed down, slamming hard onto the people on the ship. Crack. Fine cracks started to appear on the body of the black ship. Some old, decayed parts began to crumble away. The entire ship also started to slowly take on water. What kind of spirit disaster is this? Pale-faced, Qing Huang braced his spirit light, struggling to look forward. Chapter 409. Massive swathes of dark and gray fog intertwined, canceling each other out, while gray fog poured crazily from the mouth and nose of the Jin-crowned Taoist, counteracting the black fog. Yu Hong at the bow of the ship was ablaze with purplish-red flames, stubbornly holding back the majority of the spiritual suppression. This also made it much easier for the people behind him. Form the array, Qing Huang shouted loudly. Everyone hurriedly found their positions, took out portable array plates, and pressed them to the ground. Buzz. Rings of silver spirit light combined with Dao breath surrounded everyone, forming a gigantic yin-yang diagram. The yin-yang diagram covered Yu Hong at the front, completely blocking off the immense pressure coming from ahead. The ship is leaking, Zhao Jingtang yelled. Find something to plug the leak, Yu Hong roared, his body's Dao breath and spirit light madly pouring into the array. Immediately, the array expanded significantly, like a vast raincoat, wrapping the entire black ship within it. He didn't have much Dao breath, which was only slightly more powerful than Qing Huang's, and not as strong as Zhao Jingtong's, but he had more spirit light. Quickly, the leaking of the black ship was alleviated. The ship stabilized itself, turned on its own, and steered away from the Jin Crown Taoist's head towards other directions. Fortunately, the Jin Crown Taoist did not pursue them any further, just stood in the distance, watching them leave. But the next second, a pure gold hand descended from the sky, piercing through the black fog, and grasped towards the black ship. The hand opened so wide that it almost completely covered the sky above the black ship, and just by visual estimation, its length and width surpassed 100 meters. Obviously, it was not the work of the Jin Crown Taoist from before, but rather another unknown and terrifying spirit disaster monster. For a moment, the black fog was forcibly pushed aside, and the gray fog of the spirit disaster invaded, while strains of Xian music reached everyone's ears. From afar, it seemed like someone was singing a high song. The Golden Immortal's Tao forms lotuses as cultivation progresses. All is up to me and not to heaven. Is this freaking a Golden Immortal? Yu Hong looked up, pressing against the array, peering through the halo above. This completely overturned his impression of Golden Immortals from the legends. The giant gold hand's palm was engraved with numerous colorful images of immortal gods descending to the mortal world and worshipped by myriad people. But these images, as the hand drew nearer, began to animate, with the myriad worshippers turning into skeletons, their bodies emitting white light, merging into the bodies of the immortal gods. Then countless faces emerged on the surface of the immortal gods, like a dense cluster of blister-like faces, seemingly all the myriad people they had devoured. Yu Hong desperately released the boundless inner strength of his Tai Ling skill, but compared to the opponent's immense pressure, the speed at which he released his inner strength was far too slow. So much so that the array enveloping the black ship began to deform and crack again, with the outer hull constantly shedding and falling. Crack. The silver yin-yang diagram that the array formed showed cracks. Finally, 2 breaths later, all the magicians on the ship vomited blood in unison, and the array exploded with a bang. The giant hand grabbed directly onto the body of the black ship. Yu Hong could no longer contain himself. His entire body emitted blinding silver light, ready to completely recall all the spirit light. But, roar! Just then, a loud and deep terrifying roar erupted from within the black ship. The entire ship stiffened violently, the black fog behind it rolling and surging, condensing into a dragon lizard the size of 100 meters resembling Agrias. But compared to Agrias, this dragon lizard was entirely composed of black fog, its body almost as large as the Jin Crown Taoist in front of it. As soon as it appeared, its body released blinding golden light, transforming into an exaggerated golden colossus, and struck a paw towards the golden hand. The gold hand, unable to crush the black ship in a short time, reached out towards the giant golden dragon lizard. Boom! Giant hand against giant claw, the 2 colossal figures collided right above the black ship. Black River was stirred up with huge waves. The black ship swayed within them, constantly losing fragments, but it just would not break. An unknown force forcibly held the black ship together. Is that Agrias's actual projection? Yu Hong, crawling on the violently shaking deck, raised his head and guessed the identity of the giant golden dragon lizard. Agrias was the prison warden that guarded the black ship and its successive ship owners, and must have an intricate relationship with the black ship. Yu Hong poured all his inner strength into the black ship beneath his feet, extravagantly burning vast amounts of inner strength to propel the ship forward, steering into the depths of the black fog. The battle between Agrias and the golden giant hand quickly receded into the background. The Black River was tumultuous, and the voyage had never been as intense as today. As the distance grew, gradually the successive huge collisions behind them began to fade away. Minutes later, the people barely dared to stand up, hastily taking their own medicine to heal. 2 more minutes passed. The temperature dropped further. We're almost there. Everyone, quickly get dressed. It's tens of degrees below zero here. You could easily run into trouble if you're not careful.
Yu Hong hurried de lit reminded.
There are cotton clothes prepared in the cabin. With all sizes available, everyone help yourselves. The line of magicians moved extremely fast, knowing that this was no time to dawdle, and in less than 2 minutes everyone was clothed. After experiencing the recent massive turmoil, everyone calmed down and noticed that there were quite a few people missing from the crowd. Many of the weaker magicians from Qingchen Temple and ordinary people were all shaken off into the Black River outside during just now's fierce conflict. Spirit Alliance also had many people cast outwards. Yu Hong vividly sensed the delicate strands of spirit light rapidly returning to his body. This meant that the people who were thrown off had already died. He stood at the bow, looking back at the remaining magicians with an ugly expression on his face. Of the more than 70 people before, about half remained. The only consolation was that Master Umo and others were still there. The ones not thrown off were their Taoist boys, disciples, relatives, and some lower-level members of the Spirit Alliance.
Puhelin numero.
Finally, the black ship slowly moored and came to a halt. Ahead of the bow, the fog dispersed, revealing the landscape outside the Safe Haven's cave and campground. The array was still within the range polluted by the light disaster, covering and maintaining a small area. Yu Hong took the lead, jumping from the bow, followed by 30 or so others who entered the camp one after another. The sudden huge drop in temperature caused everyone's faces to change dramatically, with silver spirit light being stimulated all over their bodies to resist the cold. "This is where I used to live. Let's settle here for the time being." Yu Hong led the way, bypassing the light disaster ultimate gate, which kept releasing monsters, and arrived in front of the cave entrance. The wind and fire slaughter spirit array operated steadily, releasing a faint silver light screen, blocking the even harsher outside environment. When Yu Hong arrived, inside the array, the mysterious Zhang Kaiying was hunched over planting vegetables in the snow, and it was unclear what kind of vegetables could survive in such low temperatures. Hearing the commotion, she stood up and turned to look into the camp. Her expression stalled momentarily. More than 30 people, all wrapped in thick black cotton clothes, abruptly emerged from behind the cave, standing together in the campsite in front of the cave. The light from the ultimate gate illuminated them, making Zhang Kaiying even more curious about Yu Hong. There had been no one here before, and now suddenly so many had arrived. This place. Zhao Jingtang spat on the ground. The spit had turned into ice while still midair and shattered on the ground. All the magicians who entered the array camp were somewhat befuddled. The place was bright all around, all white light, but the sun was not visible. Around them, there were metal walls over 3 meters high and very thick. Black dragon lizards, with silver light on their heads, patrolled the top of the wall slowly, walking back and forth. Aside from the extremely low temperature, there was no doubt this was a very safe place. Yu Hong didn't have time to attend to them. He gave the crowd some food and drinks, then let them set about building their own shelters against the cold. Soon, Yu Hong boarded the black ship again to pick up the second group of people. He needed to retrieve as many experts as possible. The more powerful individuals gathered, the better and faster they would be able to navigate the road ahead. Magicians, especially top-level magicians, were powerful cores that were scarce anywhere. 10 minutes later, another boatload of people was brought back. This time they encountered no monsters blocking their way, and everything was so smooth that he could hardly believe it. This time, the ones he brought back were mainly the other members of the Spirit Alliance Qingchen Temple. The third time, Yu Hong went again, but asterisk, Taizhou, crack. Black fog surged out from the room. Yu Hong leaped out and, half kneeling on the ground, got up and rushed out of the room to look around. The remaining people. He had only said half of his sentence when he abruptly stopped and quieted down. Because outside the room, as far as the eye could see, were corpses. Taoist robes, casual clothes, a dense pile of bodies amassed together. Blood converged into streams, murmuring from the drainage ditch at the edge of the courtyard into the ground below. In the center of the main hall, the statue of Heavenly Venerate tilted to one side, broken off. An unknown monk sat cross-legged on the ground, head bowed facing the statue. Beneath him a pool of dried dark red blood. Yu Hong silently moved about, recognizing them. These were the members of the Spirit Alliance Qingchen Temple, who were busy deploying their forces to resist last time he was here. Now they were utterly still. Many places around the Taoist temple had collapsed, with charred spots left on the ground. Clearly, after his second departure, spirit disasters had already invaded here. The dragon lizards he left behind had long lost movement, and these charred marks were likely left by the dragon lizard's fire breath. Taking a deep breath, Yu Hong charged out from the half-open gates of the Taoist temple. Outside, the street was also shrouded in gray fog. Countless sounds like prayers, reciting Taoist scriptures, came faintly from afar. Within the 10 or so meters visible on the street, walls were cracked, the ground sunken, and dirty clothes and shoes were scattered everywhere, but no people were seen. Several collided vehicles blocked the front of the Taoist temple. The people inside had long lost their breath. Yu Hong took a deep breath, about to continue his investigation. Suddenly, a massive, formidable pressure swept across the sky. Whoosh! The potent oppression instantaneously crushed the few remaining buildings in the vicinity. In a moment, dust billowed in the fog, debris flew, and the next second, everything was thoroughly subdued. Yu Hong excessively restrained his breath and waited for the pressure to leave before heading straight to the temporary command center. Minutes later, he arrived in front of the temporary command center building. The previous building, now only 1/3 left, was flattened like a cardboard box. The entire structure twisted eerily. The surface of the black walls was covered in patches of exposed concrete. Without looking, it was certain there were no survivors inside, with the interior compressed to this state. Chapter 410. Yu Hong's mood grew heavier by the moment. He carefully made a round within the urban district. The entire Taizhou urban district, previously established as a safe zone, was now completely conquered and collapsed. He didn't see a single living person, nor did he see a spirit disaster black disaster monster. Perhaps all the monsters had been attracted to other places where there were more people. Half an hour later, he stood on high ground at the edge of some ruins, taking one last look at this world once filled with hope. Maybe, from the start, the sky-stabilizing plate was just a beautiful illusion. Now Yu Hong realized, the erosion of the spirit disaster on this world was too deep. Any random magician could easily summon the divine intent from heaven. Does it mean that any magician has the power to break through spatial communication? Clearly, that's impossible. There is still time for hope to return. Yu Hong raised his head, looking at the several slowly condensing and emerging gate of 10,000 spirits in the gray mist. He recalled the immense hope that shone in everyone's eyes when Quan He Monarch appeared. The relaxation and joy at the brink of success. It's all a lie. This world is long bereft of hope. He murmured softly. Back at Qingchen Temple, he found an area of black ground that had been pressed down firmly, and with his fingers, he pierced deeply, leaving a message. I will return, Senior Quan He. If you see this message, please take good care of yourself. If any destined one sees this, please go to the surrounding areas to hide well, and leave a hidden message here to contact me when I return. Hang in there, hope exists. Survival is the only possibility to see hope. He didn't know what else to inscribe, and very likely, these words wouldn't last long before being destroyed by the spirit disaster. But there wasn't much else he could do. After engraving the message, he didn't go anywhere else, nor did he look for other people. Yu Hong returned to the grand hall of the Taoist temple. He glanced at the unrecognizable monk's corpse, sighed, and then the sound of the Black River echoed as the black mist surged behind him. He turned around and walked towards the black ship. Suddenly, a soft sound reached his ears. Yu Hong hurriedly looked in the direction of the sound, just in time to see a bloodied figure holding a short sword entering the side door of the Taoist temple. The figure was faintly shimmering with spirit light, moving very slowly, step by step, with fresh blood continuously dripping from his feet.
Kuhan.
Yu Hong was overjoyed. This guy actually returned. He quickly went forward, the spirit light spreading all over him, pouring into Kuchan to bolster his recovery. Just then, a great amount of spirit light surged into Yu Hong's body. A huge amount of spirit light gathered behind him, even forming a silver vortex, slowly rotating as if about to condense something. The sudden return of the spirit light cast a heaviness on Yu Hong's face. Such intensity indicated yet another large group of spirit light cultivators had perished. Countless tiny spirit light threads kept linking up and breaking apart. This signified that each return of spirit light was small in quantity, but the numbers were extremely high. Yu Hong supported Kuchan, clamped him under one arm, and together they walked into the black mist. Walking on the wooden bridge, about to board the ship, suddenly, Yu Hong had an impulse and turned to look in Qingchen Temple's direction. But that look caused him to freeze in his tracks. The entire area of Qingchen Temple, when looked at from within the black mist, was filled with dense black cracks in space. Crack. As time passed, these black cracks continued to expand. Deep within the cracks, one could vaguely see gray mist pouring out, as well as the mental pressure of the spirit disaster seeping through. What does this mean? Kuchan asked weakly. Obviously, despite being severely injured, he saw it too. I don't know.
Yu Hong repliait softly.
He set the man down, and the two of them stood by the black ship, looking back at the increasingly cracked space of Qingchen Temple. The two watched the space of the Taoist temple fissure further. Yu Hong eventually turned around, took Kuchan, and boarded the black ship. Where are we going? Kuchan collapsed on the deck. We are going to a safe place, at least it is still relatively safe for now, Yu Hong answered softly. Standing on the ship, he suddenly thought of those isolated island-like places he had once encountered, and then thought of the black cracks he had just seen. An inexplicable sense of oppression in his heart intensified. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Days later, Black Wind Camp. A cluster of simple ice houses were sporadically arranged around the safe house, forming a small village. Beneath all the ice houses shimmered a large array pattern, casting a faint glow. Further outside, a new simple fence had been erected. Beyond the fence, the ultimate gate of the light disaster released a steady stream of blue mist, keeping the black disaster at bay. Kuchan stood by the fence of the camp, looking at the blue mist flowing from the ultimate gate outside, his expression haggard. How's the recovery? Yu Hong's voice came from behind him. Doing okay, thanks to the spirit light. Kuchan replied, his tone monotone and vacant, as if he had lost all purpose, exuding an extreme emptiness. That's good. Yu Hong walked up to his side, both gazing at the ultimate gate. I thought you might not be used to the nutrient paste and dried cockroach meat. Can we go back? Kuchan asked softly. I don't know, Yu Hong replied. Then what's the point of surviving? Can't do anything, just lingering on in this place. Kuchan closed his eyes, his expression pained. I don't know either, Yu Hong answered again. You don't know? Then why did you save me? Kuchan turned his head, staring at Du Fu. I've lost everything. Wouldn't it have been better to let me die there? Better dead than living in despair and pain, without having to care about anything. Because I haven't given up hope, Yu Hong replied, turning his face as well to look at him. Just as in the end, you returned to Qingchen Temple. Kuchan fell silent for a moment, then said, Where's hope? I have explored in the Black Disaster. Remember the boat you took? It's called the Vitality Ship, made by those who desperately fought against the Black Disaster, Spirit Disaster, and other source disasters. It can take me to the land of vitality, Yu Hong answered. So that was also why you initially appeared on Huangsong Island? Yu Hen, the elderly Taoist, approached slowly from behind, sighing. Yes, the ship brought me to the land of hope, but unfortunately, I still couldn't grasp it, said Yu Hong softly. Since one was found, could there be another?
Yu Hen inquired.
It's possible, but, from what I observe, each one is threatened by the source disaster. Yu Hong nodded. Do you think that by simply searching like this over and over we can really defeat the spirit disaster? The Black Disaster, Kuchan asked. I don't know. Yu Hong shook his head. All I know is that if we don't search, hope will never appear. Perhaps you're right, Kuchan said after a pause. Would you like to join me? Yu Hong asked. Become a member of my crew, and then search for hope together. Kuchan didn't speak. Instead, he turned around and walked away silently. Yu Hong sighed and looked towards Yu Hen. Are you adapting well to the environment, Master? I have to adapt, since we can't go back anyway. Yu Hen sighed. Everyone was very anxious at the beginning, but now that they've settled down, they've become quieter. This place, everything around is very quiet. The black disaster is weak. That light gate does not harm us. As long as we do not strike first, we can coexist peacefully. In fact, when you think about it, it's not much different from living in the polar regions. Only that the monsters are a bit stronger. He paused. It's just Kuchan. His Dao breath has surged again after coming back. Even Zhao Jingtang and the others feel a clear discomfort when they encounter him. The growth of his Dao breath is too rapid. This Daoist skill is not normal. It's not possible to be so unrestrained without consequences. In a few days, I'll take you to Hope City, a branch of Qingchen Temple that I have established here. The population might be a bit large. Yu Hong changed the subject. I remember, you had specifically asked me and UMO, you put your feelings into this place? Yu Hen said helplessly. At this moment, recalling everything from the past and comparing it to the present, he felt an unreal sense of dreaminess. Who could have imagined, in just a few days, his situation had become so dire that he was left with only these few people around him. Living in the camp every day, with a blue light gate opened close by in the icy and snow-covered nothingness, where the only food available were cockroaches, mushrooms, and lizards. Hope City, on the other hand, might have a better environment, and there are many people. At least it won't be as lonely as here. You just need to learn the local language. Yu Hong hoped to turn Hope City into his main base. The power of Qingchen Temple merged into it, creating a strong complementary effect for both. Hope, people who have lost their homes, wherever they are, will have no sense of belonging.
Yu Hen sighed.
It was clear that everyone in the camp was in a state of extreme anxiety. Yu Hong comforted his elder and master, and then immediately went to Hope City. After arranging transport, he boarded the black ship once more to head to Qingchen Temple. But this time, the black ship couldn't dock in the black fog. It had circled around in the same spot for a long time but hadn't returned to the place of origin. Back at the camp, Yu Hong didn't tell the others about this, but took a rest, and then went out again to look for the entrance to Huangsong Island. Originally, he had entered from Huangsong Island, but unfortunately, this time he couldn't even find the island. The black ship drifted, sailing towards an unknown distance. After drifting for a long time and encountering nothing, Yu Hong had no choice but to sail back. At Black Wind Camp, the survivors managed to make successful contact with Hope City, which accepted them. They could go there to live in a separate building within the city and were expected to integrate into the defense system. Most of the people present chose to go to Hope City. Only Kuchan and Qing Huang chose to stay behind and follow Yu Hong. The three of them, together, took the boat out every day, searching for the world of Huangsong Island. But there was nothing left there. As more and more people left the camp, Yu Hong simply took Zhang Kaiying on the ship as well, lest there was no one to watch over her and she might cause trouble. He, along with Qing Huang, Kuchan, and Zhang Kaiying, became the fixed crew members of the black ship. As time passed and everyone gradually adapted to the extremely cold life here, compared to the horror of the spirit disaster, the black disaster here seemed like kindergarten, utterly safe. The long-lost sense of security allowed the fleeing magicians to feel an unprecedented peace of mind. But this sense of peace did not last long, as the temperature began to fall again, and the air seemed to become unbreathable, and Yu Hong had to calm down and start thinking, where was the hope for the future? The power of the black disaster, the spirit disaster, far exceeded his estimates. Even Quan He, who was a level above him, was of unknown life or death. Now, the only method might lie in the black mark. As for how to use the black mark to find a sliver of light in this desperate future, That was what he had to do next. Little by little, the enhancement of time was no longer enough to combat external pressure. What they needed was a true transformative change. The black mark, based on a complete foundation for enhancement, might find a way out within the existing foundation. Chapter 411. Inside the camp, within the safety house. Yu Hong sat alone in front of the mini-nuclear reactor, silently calming the emotions in his heart. How exactly can one live safely under the assault of the source disaster? What is the limit of the source disaster? Should we focus on avoidance or confrontation? Did any of the powers that once fought against the source disaster find hope? Currently, the outside world is still stable, thanks to the fact that magicians have set up warming arrays to fight against the continuously falling temperatures. But this is not a long-term solution. The maintenance of an array requires energy, and the Tao breath of the magicians is limited, far from being able to sustain such consumption. Hence, they use the power of spirit light. Only Yu Hong knows that the nature of spirit light power is actually the light disaster. The light disaster is also a type of source disaster with its own immense risks. It just hasn't erupted for now. Given enough time, it will definitely be eroded by the light disaster, and what results will emerge are unknown to him. Where is the hope? A myriad of information streams flickered through Yu Hong's mind. He tried to find a way to break this situation from various angles. The root of all this, first and foremost, I need to find out, why does the source disaster exist? Where does it come from? Why are there so many types? Yu Hong recalled the vast amount of intelligence information gathered by the members of Spirit Alliance over these days. Among them, documents from the Taoist sect world unanimously indicated that in ancient times, the spirit disaster was a natural calamity that magicians stumbled upon and began to fight. The heaven in these records had a variety of immortal gods from very early on. As for the black disaster, the information compiled here suggests that it seems to come from a mysterious substance called Xing. In addition, there are wind disaster and light disaster, also belonging to source disasters. These calamities seem to follow a rule of escalating intensity, getting stronger and stronger without an apparent upper limit, and the ultimate outcome is the suspected shattering of the entire world. Is the current cold disaster, with its ever-lowering temperatures, also destined to end in the complete destruction of the whole world? Suddenly, Yu Hong thought of the prison tower he had visited before. Prison Island, this island that had imprisoned many former captains, might hold a lot of information. But to get there, he might need a bit of luck. After all, he did not leave any markers on the island last time. As a captain, part of the reason he could come and go in the Taoist sect world was because of the existence of spirit light serving as a beacon. At once, he stood up and walked out of the safety house. Outside, Ku Chan was cramming golden elixirs into his mouth as if they were candy, in a frenzy. Every day he would go out to hunt and refine black disaster monsters, turning them into elixirs to consume. His own strength was also skyrocketing at a tremendous pace. But similarly, the side effects seemed to be starting to show. His complexion growing paler, his eyes becoming more fierce, looking at everyone as if ready to attack and kill at any moment. A slight verbal provocation would lead to his raging shouts. A few days ago, he even sent a Taoist apprentice who had brought him food, flying. If not for the protection of spirit light, that person would have died on the spot. At this moment, Ku Chan was eating his meal head down, occasionally glancing at Zhang Kaiying sitting opposite him. Zhang Kaiying, expressionless, sat cross-legged on the ground, eating dried meat in the yard. She seemed somewhat displeased by Ku Chan's surveillance, but didn't deliberately walk away. "I'm planning to go out for a bit," Yu Hong said. "Ku Chan, I'm counting on you to look after this place. Take good care of my master. Although this guy is a bit dumb-witted, he is genuinely good-natured and, among those present, he was the only one with the right combination of strength and temperament. The others from Qingchen Temple, although trustworthy, were just too far behind in terms of strength." "Okay."
Ku Chan nodded.
As Yu Hong turned around, he glanced at the calm-faced Zhang Kaiying. He suddenly thought that perhaps the original Zhang Kaijun had created Zhang Kaiying on the idea of integrating into the Black Disaster if he couldn't defeat it. If it were truly possible to assimilate into the Black Disaster and become a part of it, then at least the goal of living a stable life could be achieved. Unfortunately, the Zhang Qiang who lived on seems somewhat abnormal. Zhang Qiang, noticing Yu Hong looking at her, smiled at him. On his return this time, Yu Hong distinctly felt that Zhang Qiang was not right. Her spiritual power had grown much too vast compared to before. Not to mention Kuchan, whose spiritual power was even stronger. Perhaps many others had noticed the peculiarity of Zhang Qiang but kept silent for certain reasons. Kuchan, if you notice anything wrong with Zhang Qiang, please help me disable her first. Yu Hong whispered quietly. Sure. Kuchan answered without any change in expression. Only then did Yu Hong feel relieved to return to the safety house. Amidst the surging black fog, he boarded the black ship. Asterisk. Prison Island. After dozens of attempts at relying on luck, finally Yu Hong smashed through on one of them and arrived here. On the island, the mist was hazy, and the giant serpentine black walls stood silently in the mist, extending to both sides with no end in sight. Yu Hong stood in front of the gray-black wall, reaching out to gently touch its surface. Agrius, he called in his mind. Immediately, countless black mists congealed, forming the massive body of the prison warden beside him. With a leap, he landed on the prison warden's back. Take me to find the living, he whispered. This place, together with the Black Bridge and the Black Ship, is suspected to be the work of the True Origin sect. Yu Hong suspected that the True Origin sect might have uncovered deeper secrets about the Black Disaster. This was why he returned to search for clues. Swoosh! Agrius, a child returning home, effortlessly scaled the 90-degree vertical walls with Yu Hong on his back. The speed was swift, the movement skilled, as if walking on flat ground. Yu Hong did not stop at the lower parts. He commanded Agrius to carry him and climb rapidly upwards. 100 meters, 500 meters, 1,000 meters, 5,000 meters. The higher they climbed, the thinner the air became, the temperature sharply plummeting. The temperature around the island, originally around 10 degrees, quickly dropped to -10 degrees or more. Yu Hong's complexion remained unchanged. Such low temperatures were negligible to someone who had experienced the cold disaster. Keep climbing. This time he wanted to see just how tall the immortal strong wall was, and if he could find the highest point at the top. Important clues about the exploration of the Black Disaster were hidden here. This time, he was determined to understand and clear things up completely. Time slowly passed by. Agrius carried Yu Hong non-stop, running for over 2 hours on the strong wall. The Black Ship had already departed after its scheduled docking time. Yu Hong didn't mind. As the captain of the Black Ship, he had no worries about not being able to leave. Right? I didn't see Yang Chenhe from the True Origin sect who communicated with me last time. He recalled the disheveled, haggard disciple of True Origin sect who had provided him with a lot of information. He had intended to see if he could dig up something more. Unexpectedly, he hadn't seen the man this time. With this thought in mind, suddenly, Agrius came to an abrupt halt, stopping in front of a shiny square black window. Yu Hong's eyes brightened. He had not climbed this high during his last visit. According to the rules of Prison Island, the higher the rank of a captain, the stronger they were. So, at this height, he would definitely be able to inquire about something. Inner strength shone in his hand. He held onto the window edge with one hand and looked into the pitch-black square window from outside. The room had black iron bookshelves, a wooden white bed, and fine dust drifting in the air. On the wall hung chaotic crayon drawings like the scribbles of a child. A golden tiger with black stripes was humanly sitting beside a desk, eyes closed in tranquility, seemingly napping. A tiger? Yu Hong looked carefully, confirmed repeatedly, and indeed it was a tiger. He knocked hard on the glass window. Thump, thump, thump. Swoosh. Instantly, as if 2 searchlights were added to the room, the tiger opened its eyes, a blinding white light shining from them. Then the light faded and dissipated. It slowly turned its head and looked out of the window. Unexpectedly, someone could climb to such a height. A calm male voice came from the room. Yu Hong, just about to pull out his handwritten notebook, suddenly startled by the voice in his mind, was then overjoyed. He remembered well that the windows here were designed to block out sound, making it difficult to communicate from inside to outside. Moreover, captains confined here were almost all mentally disturbed. Now to have found someone who seemed sane and could communicate was incredibly lucky. He had witnessed Prison Island's isolation effect, and for the other party to project their voice directly through the window hinted at their immense capability. Don't be surprised. You are also a captain, and to some extent, you are beginning to merge with this strong wall. As time goes by, 100 years later, you will become one of us. Having had a connection from the beginning, we have the basis for conversation. The tiger explained calmly. I see. Yu Hong tried to reply in his mind. The other party used the night language, and naturally he responded in the same. My name is Zhao Chenhu, one of the captains of the Savior ship. My friend, have you come here with doubts in your heart? Seeking assistance. The tiger asked Yu Hong with a smile. Senior Zhao, after years of exploring the Black Disaster, do you know where it originates from? What is the upper limit of its destruction? What is the strongest Black Disaster monster? Yu Hong quickly asked. You have many questions, I understand, but I can't answer the first. No one knows where the source of the Black Disaster is. Everyone just knows the shape. Next, a limit? There is no limit until the entire planet is devoured, shattered, even the world consumed, ripped apart. The tiger replied simply. You steer the Savior ship. Have you encountered many small islands? Do you know why they are islands? Do you know why the True Origin sect built the Savior ship instead of a flying device? Yu Hong opened his mouth, about to reply. Ah. Suddenly, the tiger laughed. Give it up, newcomer. Blinded by hope, rather than struggling to explore and then ending up imprisoned here, better to just enjoy life from the start. Yu Hong looked at its somewhat neurotic smile. He had thought it was sane, but it turned out it was just well concealed. Why say that? Why do you not care even about others trying to explore? He asked solemnly. Chapter 412. You must not be a disciple of the True Origin sect, right? Oh, that's right. A while back, the only True Origin sect disciple here committed suicide. His name was Yang Chenhe. The tiger said with a laugh. Have you ever met him? He was in a very low position. Yang Chenhe. I've met him. Yu Hong replied, his heart sinking. Did he ever tell you that in this world, all things, everything, only the source disaster is the true orthodoxy? It is the main theme of everything. We living creatures are merely the miraculous results of chance. The tiger laughed heartily. Life as such is just a fleeting bubble in the lengthy cycle of the source disasters, with only a tiny moment in time where the environment is suitable for our survival. For the vast majority of the time, it's an environment of source disaster completely inhospitable to any form of life. Do you know what I used to do? The tiger continued. A fate master. I was a supreme fate master who specialized in calculating people's future destinies. After much effort and strategizing, enduring revulsion and the blood of hundreds of thousands as my base, I sought the hope for the future, searching for a chance for our life to thrive, calculating how much longer the source disaster might persist. The smile on its face gradually began to twist. Do you know what I figured out? Yu Hong stared at its almost completely distorted face, remaining silent. 6 billion years, the tiger shouted. We have to wait 6 billion years before the Black Disaster might begin to weaken. But do you think it ends there? No. Ha. Once the Black Disaster is over, there's the cold disaster, wind disaster, flood disaster, light disaster, cycles upon cycles of recurrence. Our lives can only survive tenuously in the small intersection areas where various source disasters overlap, keeping a fragile balance. At all other times, all that awaits us is consumption. The tiger's piercing laughter echoed continuously in Yu Hong's ears, while he watched the other's face expressionlessly. So, you're saying there will be no more stable and peaceful places in the future? Ha, just as rocks occasionally emerge in the river, and the area behind the rocks where the water is blocked is calmer. I tried to find such places in the past. In the end, I found these regions were also occupied by other source disasters. So, in essence, there is no hope. The tiger turned away, refusing to continue the conversation, still facing the wall, sitting at the desk, closing its eyes as if dozing. What if I assimilate the power of the source disaster and used it for my own? Yu Hong thought of Kuchan's self-created cultivation technique and asked again. Source disaster represents singularity, purity. Consciousness is a form of spirit, a foreign impure energy. If you consume it and your method is strong, you'll survive at first, but soon after, you'll be quickly eroded. Your consciousness will be treated as an abnormal force and expelled, eventually becoming part of the source disaster, losing self-awareness. Only an empty shell remains. The tiger replied in a soft voice. Because consciousness itself is a structured entity formed by the orderly arrangement of external forces. Once order is lost, consciousness will not arise. Ordinary consciousness is composed of brainwaves, while the stronger ones will use similar powerful transmitters to replace brain electricity. But all roots of order stem from order itself. Unfortunately, everything within the source disaster is chaotic, and chaos affects not just power but consciousness as well. Hearing this, Yu Hong suddenly remembered many stories and novels he had read in the past, where someone wielded the power of chaos yet retained their own will. That, in itself, is a contradiction. Will is the crystallization of order, constructed by a large network of information built from brainwaves and similar energies. Without order, not even the most basic neural structure can be formed. Information that can't be transmitted and organized in an orderly manner manifests as confused consciousness or even an inability to preserve memories. Because memory too is a product of order. It is the orderly storage of information. Have you tried it? Yu Hong asked. But the tiger did not reply anymore, and the room fell silent, devoid of any further sound. No matter how much he asked, there were no more responses. Feeling helpless, Yu Hong had no choice but to return to riding on Agrias's back, contemplating their path ahead. If the source disaster is truly as Zhao Chenhu said, then the future might really be... Snap. He suddenly slapped his arm fiercely, a faint sting jolting him awake from his sadness. I just want to peacefully live on. What do the billions of years in the future have to do with me? I just need to ensure that my time alive is stable and wonderful. Thinking this way, Yu Hong felt much better inside. All things are ultimately unable to escape the fate of decline. Cycles are only natural. I only need to find a stable place and live the life I want to live. In this way, I can just find any corner world and help sustain it for a few hundred years, just like the ancient mages of the Taoist sect did, creating the sky-stabilizing plate and coexisting peacefully with the spirit disaster for over 1,000 years. As for what comes after, I'll leave it to future generations to handle. Thinking this, the oppression in Yu Hong's heart dissipated a great deal. Find a new place to relocate. I must do it as soon as possible. Once he confirmed his thoughts, he immediately felt an urgency. The temperature in the Hope City world was still dropping. Once it fell to minus 170 or 80 degrees, even oxygen in the air would liquefy, and then we could only rely entirely on technology to produce oxygen. With the black disaster encroaching, the world's resources could not be massively mined and converted. Only a dead end awaited. Leaving Prison Island, Yu Hong quickly pulled Kuchan, Qing Huang, and Zhang Qing to board a ship and began randomly exploring for lands of vitality. 3 days later, the enhancement at Black Wind Camp ended. Layers upon layers of black walls, resembling both metal and stone, covered the shelter's outer shell once more, completing a new round of enhancement in strength and hardness. Over at Hope City, Chun Yaofeng took the lead, directing everyone to concentrate on building an immensely huge airship. They named it the Dawn Project. But Yu Hong held no hope for it. If the source disaster was so easy to evade, then so many formidable forces wouldn't have been easily wiped out. He didn't try to dissuade them. After all, even if it couldn't serve as a spaceship, it could still serve as a huge, fully enclosed base. Asterisk. 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 Whoosh. The roaring sound of the Black River's waves could be heard constantly outside the ship. Yu Hong stood at the bow, slightly fatigued, gazing at the thick fog continuously being split apart ahead. During these days, he had taken the black ship to explore numerous shattered islands, but they only contained some oddly shaped black disaster monsters, without any useful clues found. Ku Chan was meditating on the aft deck. Qing Huang was flipping through foreign language learning materials collected from Hope City. Zhang Kaing leaned against the ship rail, holding a comic book in one hand, reading it with relish. Yu Hong glanced at her. She was holding a martial arts comic book. He had read it himself when he was bored. The characters could all casually destroy mountains and part seas, with their martial arts levels exaggerated to the extreme. At that time, he had fantasized that if he had the power of those characters, perhaps he could have resisted the source disaster and maintained the life he desired. But judging from their experiences in the Taoist sect world this time, even such powerful figures might not see any hope. What do you think? What kind of power can withstand the spirit disaster black disaster? Martial arts powerhouses in comics? Gods and Buddhas? Or the pinnacle of scientific development? Yu Hong asked softly. The martial arts powerhouses probably can't do it. Gods and Buddhas? Isn't that what the spirit disaster is? According to ancient records, the source disaster is endless and rejuvenates. They have infinite energy and quantities. To confront them, we need to find an infinite power as well, but the only infinite thing in this world is the source disaster itself. So it comes back to using the source disaster to fight the source disaster, which is like walking a tightrope, one misstep and the entire game is lost. So, Ku Chan shook his head and opened his eyes. Only the power that can devour them, turning them into a part of oneself, to weaken them, to empower oneself. In reverse, suppress them. Clearly, he had this idea long ago, which is why he created a Taoist skill with similar effects. That makes sense, Ku Chan. Can you share your Taoist skill with me? Perhaps I could strengthen and improve it. Yu Hong nodded in agreement. Indeed, a true genius. After having a breakthrough, he caught on to the key point immediately. Take it. Ku Chan flicked a booklet towards him. This is the cloud transformation technique I created myself. It's not perfect yet. Only those whose Tao breath is close to that of a heavenly master can use it. Ordinary people cannot even practice it. As an alliance hierarch, you shared the spirit light secret skill and saved so many people. This cultivation technique is nothing by comparison. He seemed to have gotten over his issues now. His essence chi spirit was much more vibrant than before, his eyes bright and resolute, and he started actively joining the efforts to investigate the source disaster. It seemed like he considered the source disaster as the only remaining enemy responsible for the death of his family and had found a new goal for surviving. Click. Yu Hong caught the booklet, flipped through it, and roughly understood Ku Chan's train of thought. Using one's own Tao breath to condense an array in the body, draw in the power of the source disaster into oneself, and by outnumbering them with an advantage, suppress and reduce the power of the source disaster. Then, bit by bit, clarify the chaos and reorganize it into a completely new structure of power that can integrate and coexist with oneself. This cloud transformation technique could only be used against source disasters that weren't too opposite to one's own Tao breath attributes. The idea was quite novel and the method straightforward and brutal. If we ignore the aftereffects of integrating the source disaster's power into the body for the short term, there's no major issue. But, upon seeing that Ku Chan's eyes had already turned blood red and new dense blisters had started to grow on his disfigured face, Yu Hong knew that the aftereffects had started to manifest. It's nothing but a stopgap measure. He sighed in his heart. Holding the booklet, he crossed his legs and sat down, silently reciting in his mind. Strengthen the cloud transformation technique. Direction. Eliminate the aftereffects. Hiss. A black line flowed out from the black mark, rapidly merging into the booklet. But the next moment, the black line returned to the black mark and provided feedback. Unable to eliminate, cultivation techniques related functions incomplete. Yu Hong immediately understood that the cultivation technique needed at least a tiny bit of functionality to combat the aftereffects, but it seemed there was none at all. Perhaps Kuchan never cared how long he would live. He thought for a moment and decided to try another approach. Strengthen the cloud transformation technique direction. Delay the manifestation of after effects by 100 years. Magicians don't have methods to extend their lifespan, with Quan He being the longest lived. If Kuchan's after effects could be postponed to manifest after 100 years from now, wouldn't it be equivalent to having no after effects? After all, by that time, Kuchan would probably have died of old age. This time, the black line flashed and flowed into the booklet, prompting a query for feedback. Yu Hong knew the enhancement was successful. After he confirmed the success, he saw a bright red countdown appear on the booklet's cover. 5 days 11 hours 05 minutes. Chapter 413. Just 5 days. Not bad. Yu Hong was in a good mood, having solved the issue with Kuchan. This cultivation technique could now be massively promoted to all magicians for their cultivation practices. Though there were side effects, they would only appear after 100 years, which was pretty much no different from having none at all. Seemingly noticing his good spirits, Zhang Kaiying put down her comic book, just about to speak. Suddenly, she looked up towards the front. The black mist ahead began to disperse slowly. A vast gray sea, hidden beneath thick black clouds, unfolded before them. A new place. Yu Hong's eyes sparkled with excitement as he hurriedly stood up and rushed to the bow to look ahead. Crack. In the distance ahead, streaks of blue lightning burst through the black clouds. The sound of thunder rolled in, and the sea below surged violently as if the entire world was continually twisting. The sound of the waves was almost drowning out everything else. The moist and wild sea breeze hit them head-on, lifting the corners of Yu Hong's Taoist robe. This time, I will not repeat the past mistakes. I will consolidate all forces at the fastest speed. Those who follow me shall live, and those against me shall die. His eyes shone with a renewed sense of hope. At this moment, Kuchan and Qing Huang also stood up, their eyes filled with anticipation and excitement as they watched the sea ahead. Having learned of the black ship's capabilities, they had been half doubtful, but now, when everything was laid out before their eyes, both of them were truly moved. We can't let the tragedy happen again. Kuchan's expression turned ferocious as he spoke. Sigh. At this moment, Qing Huang could no longer distinguish who was righteous and who was the villain. But regardless, a brand new location, according to Yu Hong's explanation about the black ship, also meant an area that was absolutely safe for some time. At last, they would be able to catch their breath. Asterisk. 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 Beep. The alarm clock on the table rang. Zhang Rong, looking haggard, picked up the alarm clock and turned it off. She looked at the messy kitchen. Dirt everywhere, dishes piled up in the sink unwashed. A foul-smelling soup residue was left in the pot. The food in the bowls had also dried up and discolored long ago. Lately, she had been waking up suddenly in the middle of the night, and after waking up, she always felt like there was someone in her wardrobe. And though she made sure to close the wardrobe doors before bed, they would always be slightly ajar when she woke up at night. Through the cracks, she could always feel something in the darkness quietly watching her. This feeling of fear was something she had never encountered since she left home to study in Fista. She wasn't afraid when she came to a foreign country to live and study alone. She wasn't afraid when she worked alone to earn her living and tuition. She even remained calm and hid in a corner during a robbery and shootout on the streets, still not afraid. But now, she felt herself trembling. She hastily disposed of the spoiled soup and washed the pot. Returning to her study, Zhang Rong turned on her computer, planning to check whether it was normal for wardrobe doors to open by themselves at night. At night, cars passed by the window outside, crows cawed from the dry trees, the cold wind howled, seeping in through the cracks of the window, producing eerie sounds. On her computer screen, in a group she had joined to find answers, recent famous cases from nearby areas kept popping up. There was an unexplained fire on Tal Street. I went to have a look. There's definitely something wrong. The church people arrived too. But there's nothing that can be done. The police just keep repeating to people to stay calm, to move houses and nothing else. Clown. A user named Clown, a young person with a strong interest in paranormal cases, was venting their dissatisfaction with officials and the church in the group. My brother sought help from me many times before he left. I went to the headquarters of the church in Elisma, hoping to find help, but nobody believed what I said. Now it seems, maybe it's not that nobody believes, but that nobody dares to believe. Old records. This older user had always played the role of a comforter in the group. Because of her brother's death, she became antagonistic towards all things supernatural and claimed to have sworn to find a way to combat strange phenomena. I know about the incident on Tal Street. I live nearby and looked through a telescope. That family moved in last month, and in less than half a month, they called the police, asked the church, and even sought help from Phils. It was useless. Ching Tang. Another person chimed in. Phils? The paranormal expert who's been on TV interviews. Old records. Yes. Ching Tang. So you're saying, like us, they sought help from outsiders, and in the end it was no use, right? Milk chocolate. Jiang Rong typed a message. Her username was Milk Chocolate. She was relatively new to this small group, having joined less than a week ago. Yes, in order to find the truth and clarify clues, I've almost traveled across several states and more than a dozen countries. I've tried all kinds of popular countermeasures, but none worked. Old records. The priest from the church hinted to me that the best way is just to leave. Ching Tang. Leave. As Jiang Rong thought about it, she couldn't help but turn her head to look at the wardrobe in her bedroom again. Sure enough, the door was still open with a black crack. The gap was only as wide as a finger, ominously dark, with no light, and it was directly facing her. In the dead of night, with silence all around, the only sounds were cars passing by outside. Jiang Rong looked at that narrow gap, her slight nervousness gradually intensifying. I paid a visit to Phil's Vista, hoping to find a way to save my brother as he had done before. He told me the only way apart from leaving is no way at all. In actuality, he is merely a gifted individual with a slightly stronger perception than the average person. Beyond that, he also has no means to fight against such things. Ching Tang. In fact, the recent case in Yadaville Estate makes it clear that the government and the church can do nothing beyond covering up the news. Old record. But Jiang Rong paused, looking at the reflection on the computer screen, where she could see the wardrobe behind her and the gap that was still clearly visible. I don't know why, but I feel like these incidents have become more frequent in the past 2 years. Most cases used to be labeled as gas explosions or fires, and everyone would believe it. But now it happens so often that no one can be easily fooled. Old record. Same here, my colleagues don't mention it openly, but in private, they've all started looking for various kinds of amulets and such. Ching Tang. What about science? Are things like electric shock devices effective for self-defense? Milk chocolate. Jiang Rong quickly typed her response. But before she could send it, she suddenly heard a slight noise. The wardrobe door, behind her back, was slowly sliding open. There was nobody in the room. She was alone. Yet the wardrobe door was opening on its own. Jiang Rong tensed up, seeing through the reflection on the computer screen, the wardrobe door opening by itself, widening bit by bit. Inside, winter coats and jackets were hanging. A creeping fear started to spread from the depths of her heart. Beep beep. Suddenly, the chat window on the computer flickered and someone sent her a message. Jiang Rong jolted, her vision blurred for a moment, only to see in the reflection that the wardrobe door was properly closed. It hadn't opened at all, not even a gap. Phew! She took a deep breath, almost as if she had been underwater, and then exhaled. Rustle. She stood up abruptly from the computer, glanced at the perfectly intact wardrobe, intending to flee the room. But just then, looking down from the window, she saw a car parked in front of the empty 3-story building opposite. The car door opened, and several tall figures in black coats got out, looking up at the building. At that moment, the figure leading the way seemed to notice Jiang Rong watching, turning his head to look her way. Snap, snap. As Jiang Rong made out the person's face, she involuntarily stepped back. The individual's face was covered with a silver plastic mask, with no features visible, just a pair of eyes, fierce like those of a hawk or a tiger, exerting a daunting oppression. Zhang Rong quickly turned back, took another look at the undisturbed wardrobe, and then looked again at the figures slowly entering the building opposite. She faintly felt that behind her, the wardrobe had receded on its own, possibly sensing the approach of those people. Because since the wardrobe started acting strangely, this was the first time the doors had closed completely on their own. No matter how she tried to close it before, it would always be forcibly opened a crack. Is it due to these people? A guess, tinged with hope and anticipation, rose in Zhang Rong's mind. She had been suffering for a long time. If it really was them, then she couldn't hold back any longer, grabbing her coat, throwing it on, and rushing out of the room. She changed her shoes and headed for the building opposite. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Inside the courtyard of the small building, Yu Hong surveyed the surrounding environment, nodding his head in satisfaction. Act quickly. He looked at Qing Huang beside him. At times like these, Qing Huang's abilities were magnified significantly. His wide-range hypnosis technique, unchecked by any magician, was a massive weapon in ordinary human society. After landing and arriving in this city named Mana, they had quickly controlled the local fishermen using hypnotism, then learned the local language rapidly from them. With the translator, it only took 10 minutes to build up their vocabulary. Yu Hong then unilaterally mastered the ability to listen, speak, read, and write, albeit only with the help of the translator, unable to truly grasp it on his own. But it was sufficient for communication. Okay. Qing Huang nodded, looking at the local tycoon who was following them. Complete the transfer procedures for this building as soon as possible, and sort out our identities too. As for your family affairs, we will take care of them thoroughly. He directly implanted the thoughts through the hypnosis technique. Thank you, sir. The tycoon smiled, turned around, and walked out of the courtyard, got into his car, and drove off. Although he was hypnotized, the reason he could be controlled for so long was due to his own needs. His wife was seriously ill and chained to the bed, not daring to let her out of the room. Over the years, he had hired all kinds of experts to no avail. Having encountered Yu Hong and his group on the road, the tycoon, despite being hypnotized, willingly cooperated after witnessing their miraculous abilities, eager to help in any way he could. Chapter 414. The iron gate in the yard slowly closed automatically. Yu Hong led the group and pushed open the main door of the small building. Within was a giant purple crystal chandelier hanging in a spiral shape in the living room, resembling a cluster of giant wisteria. The living room was 7 to 8 meters tall, creating a significant visual impact upon entering. Yu Hong, Qing Huang, Ku Chan, and Zhang Kaiying stood on the round purple carpet at the center of the hall and stopped. This time we must act quickly and decisively, integrating all the effective forces here as soon as possible to form the strongest defense line, blocking the infiltration of the source disaster, and prolonging the support time for the safe area. Yu Hong said, I can feel that the concentration of the red value here is also slowly rising, indicating that this area is also on the edge of being invaded. Therefore, we must act quickly. Understood. Qing Huang nodded. Ku Chan also nodded silently. Seeing everyone nod, Zhang Kaiying followed suit. Since we need a quick resolution, dealing with the officials can't be through the slow communication method used before. It has to be fast, direct, and effective, said Yu Hong. He looked out through a side window, watching the endless stream of cars passing by. Qing Huang, I want you to repeatedly initiate the wide-ranging hypnosis technique here, hypnotizing everyone who passes by, then have them bring more people over for rehypnosis. After the hypnosis, I will release spirit light seeds onto each person. Ah? Qing Huang was momentarily stunned. Wasn't this action a bit too extreme? Even the villainous Seven Evil Alliance didn't dare to openly conduct such widespread hypnosis techniques in the city area casually, only daring to do so at the final battle. In unusual times, unusual actions are necessary, Yu Hong said. Your actions will inevitably draw official investigations and interference. I'll handle that when the time comes. Your hypnosis can't control people for a long time, only briefly. So if we can't quickly expand our scale and amplify our power, a lot of resources will go wasted once the source disaster breaks out. I understand now. The more widely the spirit light is spread, the better. Should there be trouble, the spirit light can protect ordinary people to a certain extent. If they really can't be protected and die, their deaths will also contribute to strengthening our power, Qing Huang realized. Now, the power of spirit light has already grown quite strong. Do we really need to do this? In doing so, how are we any different from demons? Kuchan frowned and asked. Ever since a large amount of spirit light returned to Yu Hong, the intensity of spirit light skyrocketed, to the point where an ordinary person could stand still under machine gun fire without any harm. And for a magician expert, the amplifying effect was even more exaggerated. With the help of spirit light, Yu Hong could even stand against a fully powered Kai Jing Taoist in a one-to-many conflict. His combat power surged to the peak of Quan He during his prime. This level was referred to as a nightmare level apex in the previous Spirit Alliance rankings.
Shadow, Evil Shadow, war, Nightmare, Despair.
Each level encompassed a vast range. Even within the same level, the disparity could be as vast as that between an elephant and a mouse. Compared to Kai Jing Taoist, the subsequent emergence of the immortal general placed by Yu Hong was classified as despair level. This was also, so far, the strongest monster he had encountered. The immortal general's golden arm that snatched away Quan He was classified at the same level. Hearing Ku Chan's question, the difference is that we won't harm the safety of ordinary people, but demons will. Yu Hong came back to his senses and answered, "Don't worry. Simple hypnosis won't cause much harm to people. Through hypnosis, we can also probe the special power system of this place and see how it really works," Qing Huang said, whose cultivation had also advanced significantly, combined with the amplification of spirit light, boosting his hypnotic ability substantially. Although not reaching nightmare level yet, his strength was now akin to fighting 10 people with ease compared to before. What method can we use to fastest spread spirit light across the entire world? Yu Hong looked at everyone and asked. Directly contact the power structure, engage in widespread basic activities, and forcibly spread it, Qing Huang answered. That can only cover a portion. We can also utilize online platforms, control media giants, generate huge traffic, and achieve extensive long-term exposure to attract scattered crowds. As long as the actual effects are shown, there will be plenty of people coming to join. Ku Chan unexpectedly gave a good suggestion. Live streaming? We can do both, but we need to be careful not to provoke the source disaster before actually taking action. Try not to alert the enemy prematurely to avoid backfiring. Yu Hong nodded, recognizing the soundness of the idea. He might not know how to live stream, but as long as there are people who do, and he just needs to control those who can. Immediately, Qing Huang began to set up the array, taking out various items that amplify Dao breath. Before long, he was sitting cross-legged at the center of the array, his hands rapidly forming seals. A layer of invisible hypnosis waves, like ripples, spread rapidly from him as the center. The ripples crossed the surrounding walls and outer courtyards and soon covered nearby houses up to a 2-kilometer radius before slowing down and stabilizing. Since then, ripples of hypnosis waves continuously spread out from Qing Huang towards the surroundings. Beep, beep, beep. Nearby cars slowly reduced their speed, causing the following vehicles to honk frantically. But the cars within the hypnotized area wouldn't respond. Only after the cars behaved abnormally for more than 10 seconds did faint, barely audible semi-transparent silver threads shoot out from the small building, entering those cars, then everything returned to normal. Meanwhile, in the surrounding buildings, families one by one woodenly walked downstairs, moving towards where Yu Hong and others were located. They didn't enter the courtyard, but just paused outside the fence for a moment, then turned and left. Just during that pause, a faint spirit light thread had already penetrated their bodies. In just over 10 minutes, more than 1,000 people were endowed with spirit light. Yu Hong's face was cold and stern as he stood behind Qing Huang, his hand constantly flashing with silver spirit light. He was waiting for the supernatural power system of this world to come and negotiate. Unfortunately, the implantation of spirit light lasted for over 2 hours without anyone nearby coming to negotiate with him. With no one intervening, he simply let the exhausted Qing Huang hypnotize a truck, and within the truck's cabin, he arranged an array to hypnotically affect all the people around it. The white truck slowly started, heading towards the city center. All of this had been witnessed by Jiang Rong, who was hiding in her own stairwell. She had originally run out of her house to ask for help, but stopping in the stairwell and witnessing this scene, she was surprisingly unaffected by the hypnosis technique. Instead, she covered her mouth in horror, watching the large crowds approach the opposite fence and stand there quietly with bowed heads, as if on a pilgrimage. What is that? A cult? Jiang Rong stared at the rigid-faced crowd, watching them stand motionless like zombies. A chill surged through her from deep within. Immediately, she didn't think twice and ran back home, closing all the doors and windows. She huddled in the blankets, shivering. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. In another part of Mana City, Phil's, dressed in a... It was already past 11 at night, and the recording, which had finally ended, made him heave a sigh of relief. Stepping out of the TV station building, he opened his car door and saw a bald, muscular priest sitting inside, which took him by surprise. "Father Tam, it's so late and you're still here, not resting? This year alone, 4 areas have been quarantined, and the number is increasing. Sooner or later, we won't be able to hide it anymore. The church is severely short of people, too many dead and injured. When will you start the Spirit Exploring Association you promised us?" Father Tam asked seriously. "Really? Is there no way to resist them?" Phil's held on to the last shred of hope. Holy water, amulets, Bible, the cross, none of them work? Every religion, at its core, is just an organization of people united by a single belief. It doesn't mean we possess supernatural abilities. We are just ordinary people who, because of faith, are more determined, more courageous, and not afraid of sacrifice. That's all," Father Tam explained earnestly. "What about Sister Sarah? Like you, she first had a spiritual physique able to sense evil spirits. Then she became a nun. Her faith strengthened her will, making her spiritual senses more acute and powerful. But that's it. She can't fight against those things either," Father Tam answered. "Quarantine, quarantine, always quarantine. Apart from letting time pass and everything fade away, is there really no other solution?" Phil said. Father Tam remained silent, having said all that needed to be said. "I understand." Phil's looked up at the night sky, his face filled with sorrow. "If you understand, that's good. Huailin Mental Hospital, spiritual sensitives from all over the world have gone there to investigate. Confirmed that it is the most severe ghost disaster area ever discovered by humanity. If it erupts, it might bring about one of the notorious demon gods, the impure serpent Führer. That's like a volcano that could erupt at any time. So we must go in and find a way to interfere with its arrival. This task, apart from spiritual sensitives, no one else can do," Father Tam continued. "How many people will die this time?" Phil's covered his face with his hand, his voice weary and weak. "If successful, a few dozen. If not, I don't know," said Father Tam. "Perhaps the surrounding cities will be abandoned. Just like that time in history, a few million, tens of millions could die. Humans have no way to fight against evil spirits and demon gods, only to interfere before they descend, and to quarantine and seal off once they have." Phil's got into the car and started it. The car doors closed, and they quickly headed towards his home in the city. Yet neither of them realized that at this moment, in a rural corner of Mana City, strange, earth-shaking changes were occurring. A truck was slowly driving on the city's main arterial ring road, hypnotizing all the nearby people with each loop. Inside the truck, Yu Hong sat cross-legged beside Qing Huang, continuously releasing large patches of spirit light. Inspired by Ku Chan, he had also thought of a way to maximize the cost-effectiveness of using the black mark to enhance his targeted power against the source disaster. That is, to focus on intensifying the cultivation targeting an organ. Although the black mark couldn't directly strengthen his body, it could be used indirectly with potions and cultivation technique. And instead of enhancing the whole body, which would waste time, since there are so many types of source disasters, he thought of intensifying different organs individually, each geared towards a specific type of source disaster. Keep intensifying them, perhaps only an eye or a finger, to keep strengthening it until it has power that can resist a specific type of source disaster. That way, because the parts needing intensification are small, the efficiency of the black mark's enhancement would be extremely high, and the required time would also significantly reduce. Sitting in the truck, Yu Hong felt more and more that it was feasible. Single-organ extreme intensification, once confirmed to be viable, will definitely greatly enhance his adaptive and combative capabilities against different source disasters. Chapter 4:15. Several days later. Mary Town. Huailin Mental Hospital was situated here, once bringing a huge demand for material transportation to this small town. At its peak, this vast mental hospital that accommodated over 6,000 people required a large number of various daily necessities and medical resources, which also heated up the messy and limited resource businesses in the town. But that was all more than a decade ago. Now, there's nothing left in this place. Father Tam led the way, explaining the situation to the spiritual expert Phils following behind him. The two of them carried a variety of props of different sizes, some of which still had a faint smell of blood on them. "How many people have entered so far?" Phils asked in a low voice. "Over 100 people have gone in consecutively in the span of 5 hours. Are all the equipment and instruments properly set up?" "They're all ready." Phils glanced at his watch. Taking a few more steps forward, he lightly hopped onto a large rock. Ahead of them was a barren plain of yellow sand, with a wide small town looming within the pale yellow sandstorm. In the deepest part of the town stood a grayish-yellow building resembling a square fortress. Engraved above the entrance of the building were the words, Huailin Mental Hospital. Both took a breath as they saw several buses parked in front of the gate. The shells of the white buses were dyed yellow by the surrounding sandstorm. "We're here. Be cautious." According to the church's assessment, trouble begins within 500 meters of it, Father Tam warned. "I'm fine." Phils shook his head and continued to walk toward the abandoned town. Soon, the two men arrived in front of the parked buses. Suddenly, the slow drip of red liquid from the bus caught their attention. Their expressions grew stern as they approached and found the bus door open, with a chaotic mess inside. Luggage, camera equipment, and various items were thrown about. "Where are the people?" Tam furrowed his brow, boarded the bus to take a look around twice, but found no trace of any living person. Thump. Suddenly, a dull thud came from inside the mental hospital. They both shuddered and quickly looked toward the sound, seeing through the high walls a kind of evil atmosphere continuously leaking out. Exchanging a glance, they pulled out large-caliber handguns from their waists, disengaged the safety, and slowly walked toward the gate. Click. The gate wasn't locked. With caution, Tam peeped through the crack of the door. Within the high walls was a dark red bloody lawn. The originally green grass was now splattered everywhere with something akin to blood paint. With her back facing them, a gray-haired, dried-skinned woman stood in the distance, hands joined in front as if in prayer toward the deepest part of the mental hospital. Not far ahead of the woman, in the air, faint red threads were slowly being woven together. Tam looked carefully and realized those red threads were actually thin streams of blood floating up into the air. His scalp tingling, he signaled Phils with his hand and started to slowly back away, to hide first, then entice out, and finally isolate. This had been their long-standing resolution method. Facing evil spirits, they neither had the means nor any methods to counter. Phils stepped forward and peered over to see the scene beyond the wall. As an inspirer, he saw more than the priest did. He saw blood threads in the air weaving together to form a door with strange patterns in front of the gray-haired woman. Bang! Suddenly, a whirlwind burst open in the air before the woman. The woman swiftly raised her head, twisted around, looking towards them. Ah! Phils, upon seeing the woman's face for a moment, couldn't help but turn pale, stepping back while exclaiming lowly. The gray-haired woman's face was an abyssal black hole that went straight down through her neck to her abdomen, making her whole body resemble a large pipe. Scared, he immediately grabbed the priest and retreated backwards, running wildly towards the bus they had arrived in. But, after only a few steps, he suddenly felt a lightness in his hand. Turning his head, he saw Father Tam stiffly freezing in place, bleeding profusely from all orifices, splashing onto the ground. Spurt. The priest half knelt on the ground, his face contorted, struggling to wave at him. He appeared to be in such agony that he was completely unable to speak. Phils clenched his teeth, taking out a black stone-like object from his chest and pressing it onto the priest as his first reaction. "It's a riot! Run! Run fast!" The priest suddenly shouted with all his strength. Boom! In an instant, his entire body exploded, turning into countless bits of flesh, splashing all over Phil's. Phil's lips trembled. They had originally planned to probe the mental hospital before the outbreak occurred. Unexpectedly, the rebellion came sooner than anticipated, and there wasn't even time to set up a warning. Immediately, he didn't look back, forcibly holding back tears, and broke into a run. Behind him, the silhouette of a woman with gray hair materialized out of thin air at the location of the priest's explosion, squatting down and gently touching the blood-stained earth. In an instant, streams of blood rose from the soil, weaving themselves into another door adorned with eerie and extravagant patterns. As the door took shape, wisps and strands of black air escaped from the cracks, seeping into the body of the gray-haired woman, causing the suppressed force she exuded to grow increasingly powerful with the passage of time. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. For days after entering this new world, almost the entire Mana City was contaminated with spirit light. Yu Hong and the others used the first small building they transferred to as the Spirit Alliance headquarters in this place. "How's the situation outside now?" Sitting in the chair of the main hall, Yu Hong looked at Qing Huang and the others who were slowly entering. "Basically, in the entire Mana City district, we have completely spread it to 90% of the people. Next, we will expand to the surrounding cities. It's just..." Qing Huang couldn't help but glance at Yu Hong sitting in his seat. At this moment, with the increasing number of people spreading spirit light, whenever Yu Hong stopped moving, a semi-transparent Blue Sun's phantom would appear behind him. When he moved slightly, the phantom would disappear. It seemed that as more and more people spread spirit light, some kind of secret change was happening to Yu Hong, unknown to others. Kuchan has already located a nearby military base according to our targets. We'll begin by taking control of the local military force through special means, infecting everyone to enhance their resistance. Then there's my live broadcast. Qing Huang looked at Yu Hong sitting in the seat. "My hypnotism is only short-term, not permanent, so if I want to affect someone for a long time, I have to rely on other methods." "Who is dealing with the cases that arise here?" Yu Hong asked. "Most are self-contained. A few rely on others to stall with their lives, and mainly it's the church that sends priests and nuns to the scene," Qing Huang explained. "What about the church here?" "They have no power. It seems to be just an organization made up of ordinary people. Their way of exorcising is mainly by using lives to lure it away." Qing Huang sighed. He looked at Yu Hong. "Should we make contact with the church?" "No, there's no rush to confront the troubles here. We should expand as fast as possible. That's what we need to do," Yu Hong said. "From the reaction of the spirit disaster, if we can't completely seal it off with a quick strike, there might be a huge backlash later. Expand the scale, prepare everything we can, strengthen ourselves as much as possible, and then complete our goal in one fell swoop. This is our path," Yu Hong emphasized again. He was determined to swiftly establish a safe zone this time, using thunderous means. "What if we encounter promising seedlings here? Should we absorb them into our ranks?" Qing Huang asked. "What? You've taken a liking to someone after just a few days?" Yu Hong said, surprised. "Sooner or later, we will have to face this issue." Qing Huang shook his head. "Decide for yourself, just don't mess up our plans." Yu Hong said calmly. I'm preparing to start migrating a large population here in the next few days. The more people from Hope City and the Spirit Alliance arrive, the faster our expansion will be. The territory has already been connected in the eastern part of Fista, on a piece of wasteland that has been abandoned for many years. There is a castle there that is about to fall into disuse. Alliance hierarch is wise. Qing Huang truly marveled. Yu Hong's efficiency in action was astonishing. In just a few days, with just a few of them, they had stirred up so much. However, our expansion seems to have attracted the attention of the National Security Bureau here. They've sent some people to investigate us. Should I go and make contact? Qing Huang continued to ask. That's fine. Yu Hong nodded. Soon, several people left the main hall. Yu Hong then stood up, looking at Zhang Kaiying, who was quietly reading a comic book in the corner. Do you want to go out for a walk? No need. I'll just wait here for you. Go ahead, Zhang Kaiying said without raising his head. Still engrossed in his comic book, Yu Hong walked out of the main hall alone, looking up at the gloomy and overcast sky. He took out the booklet that Ku Chan had given him from his chest. The countdown on the booklet was left with just over 10 hours. The time should end today. As he walked out of the courtyard alone, watching the ordinary people who had already been imbued with spirit light passing by, he felt a significant sense of security. In Mana City, at least millions of people had been infected by them in these few days. Such operational efficiency was countless times faster than the previous 2 incidents. It's still not enough. Far from enough. Yu Hong reflected on the scene where Quan He was captured, understanding that the spirit light provided by ordinary people was actually limited. Only powerful masters practicing the spirit light secret skill could draw more power from Ultimate Sun and thus give him enough feedback. Walking slowly along the shaded path in the neighborhood, Yu Hong pulled out a red value detector from his waist. Beep. The LCD display immediately showed the current environmental red value, 11.23. This device was not made by him, but produced by Hope City. Originally, they imitated the red value detector he had enhanced, and others had also made similar devices, though not as precise. Now, some time had passed and the machine had improved significantly. He hadn't walked far before he saw Ku Chan returning to the building through the neighborhood, surrounded by a group of people. Suddenly, Ku Chan caught sight of Yu Hong on this side and quickly turned and approached. Why is there such a strong smell of blood on you? As he got closer, Yu Hong frowned slightly and asked. Chapter 416. To achieve our goal, some measures are necessary. If someone dares to obstruct me and delay our important affairs, I have dealt with them slightly. Ku Chan said indifferently. How's the situation with the military? Yu Hong didn't ask further. It's almost done, but only the nearby army. I've demonstrated a bit of magic, and the person in charge there has stopped resisting and instead warmly welcomes us in. I estimate it won't be long before the official authorities will come to contact us. Ku Chan said. The National Security Bureau has already arrived.
Yu Hong nodded.
He glanced to the side, his gaze falling on a group of men in black suits entering the neighborhood not far away, approaching them. The people here appear similar to Caucasians with occasional blacks and Asians, but it seems that Caucasians are the mainstream. The men in black suits approaching now were exactly that. There were 8 of them in total, and walking at the forefront was a handsome middle-aged old man with salt and pepper hair and a meticulously groomed beard and hair. When the other party approached, he smiled and extended his hand towards Yu Hong, indicating a handshake. Mr. Yu, I am very sorry for this impromptu visit. I am the director of the Special Personnel Registration Office at the National Security Bureau, Child Roman. So it's Director Roman. What can I do for you? Yu Hong took the conversation naturally, as if he didn't know the purpose of the other party's visit. I'm here regarding the recent expansion of your organization, the Spirit Alliance, and the unauthorized contact with the Mana Garrison. Roman didn't finish his sentence before he was interrupted. Director Roman, I think you should have considered how to approach us before coming here. Yu Hong's expression turned from mild to cold. Such words only exacerbate conflicts and are meaningless. Exacerbate conflicts? Mr. Yu, I want to know on what basis do you people have the audacity to speak such flowery language to us, who represent the national departments? Suddenly coming to Mana, what exactly are your objectives? Roman's expression became cold as he spoke. He had received intelligence a few days ago that someone had unauthorized contact with the local garrison commander and managed to get along well with the military, which was quite baffling. Later, after careful compilation, he quickly learned of a mysterious organization named Spirit Alliance, which was rapidly recruiting Mana's local elites. The Spirit Alliance initially only had 4 members, with Yu Hong here as the leader. Yet in just a few days they moved as if unobstructed, easily entering various highly guarded areas and contacting anyone they wished. And the various people who had contact with them all strangely had a very good impression of them. This odd situation quickly caught the attention of the National Security Bureau. So Roman put aside all other matters and came here personally to investigate the situation with the Spirit Alliance. In just 4 days, the Spirit Alliance's actions have impacted all levels of society in Mana. 2 city council members, directors of the largest Walrus Corporation, the garrison commander, gang leaders, and principals of the 2 best private schools. Look at the people you've contacted, spanning various fields, including many sensitive layers. He paused for a moment, his eyes sharp. Mister, you'd better be clear about what you are doing. Jeopardizing national security is not an empty threat. My personal visit here is your final warning. If you don't restrain yourselves this time, the consequences. Consequences.
Yuong le guide.
Director Roman, have you ever encountered unexplainable situations in your life? He continued. I don't care why you've come, but your actions are too big, Roman said gravely, pointing to some people who were currently standing quietly outside the buildings in the neighborhood. Also, I really want to know how you managed to drag people out of their homes in the cold night and bring them here from so far away just to stand outside your house for a short while? So you're saying, you brought people here this late, standing in front of me, just to threaten me?
Yuong countered.
You can understand it that way. Roman's gaze was icy, with an authoritative air pressing against the opposite side. Hiss! In an instant, Ku Chan behind Yu Hong suddenly struck out with a punch. There was a flash of red light. Boom! A surge of searing dark red flames burst out from Ku Chan's fist on the spot, engulfing Roman and his group behind him. In the night, this stream of flaming pillars, 7 to 8 meters in diameter, left a cylindrical charred mark on the ground. After the flames, several charred bodies lay twisted on the ground. But Yu Hong was slightly surprised as he looked toward the figure at the side of the flames. That person was none other than Director Roman, who should have been engulfed and killed by the flames. At this moment, Roman's face was red, and his face still bore the scars of being scorched by the flames. His mind was still muddled, unable to understand what had just happened. How can a man punch out flames? Incomprehensible. Body double? Yu Hong raised his eyebrow. Snap. Suddenly, Qing Huang behind him snapped his fingers. A ripple of invisible Dao breath spread out. Roman shivered, his eyes losing focus. But the next second, he quickly broke free from the stupor, unaffected, his gaze instantly becoming highly vigilant. He drew his gun with one hand, aiming at Yu Hong and the other immediately, and shouted sharply, "What did you do? Don't be nervous." Yu Hong looked towards Qing Huang, asking with his eyes if it was a problem with the magic. "It's not my issue. It's him. He's special." Qing Huang shook his head. Yu Hong nodded. "Then let's try again. If it really doesn't work, then don't bother with hypnosis." "I understand," Qing Huang said respectfully. Spirit Alliance had just arrived at this location and was in the midst of extensive construction and expansion. Therefore, everything had to be suppressed quickly, leaving no hidden dangers. Hence, watching Roman about to pull the trigger, he activated Dao Breath once more. A faint red light, invisible to ordinary people, flashed and accurately hit the pistol in the other's hand. Roman's hand trembled, and his gun was knocked away. He immediately rolled to the side, trying to evade. But when he got up, he found that Qing Huang was still standing in front of him, and he was still in his original position. Neither of them had moved in the slightest. His tumbling just now was as if he had never made that movement at all. This? Sweat appeared on his forehead. If the flames just now could be barely explained by props, then this situation made him immediately think of evil spirits. Such a bizarre power could only be the work of an evil spirit. As the director of the National Security Bureau, he naturally had the privileges and access to understand the situation outside. But if it were an evil spirit, it wouldn't have any conversation with him at all. There's no record of evil spirits having normal communication. Strange. I actually can't hypnotize you. I can only interfere. Qing Huang's somewhat astonished voice came from beside him. What are you, exactly? What are you trying to achieve? Roman's face was beaded with sweat. He now deeply regretted not calling the people from the church over. No, he should even have called the special operations team to capture all these people first. Come on, let's go here and have a good talk. Qing Huang grabbed him effortlessly like a doll and easily took him into a conference room inside the small building, slamming the door shut. While Yu Hong paid no more attention to these events and walked away alone, leaving the residential area, his immense spiritual fluctuations silently spread out, covering hundreds of meters around him. Walking on the street, there were only some small diners and bakeries on the roadside. He strolled leisurely at an unhurried pace, enjoying the long-lost peace and tranquility here. Wait until the wasteland he had purchased in the suburbs was secured. That was when he would start to move a large number of Spirit Alliance members over. This peace, as evidenced by the red value concentration, would not last long here. Before long, Qing Huang caught up to him again. It's strange. I can't completely hypnotize that Roman. Is there something special about him? Yu Hong asked. Based on our intelligence gathering in this area, I suspect that he might be a comparatively formidable psychic individual. And the psychic individuals here seem not to be simply more perceptive. Qing Huang answered. Furthermore, I've learned from him that none here, including the church, have any means to counter disasters. Are they all blood attractions?
Yuong Siged.
Then let's not concern ourselves with them for now. Once mana is ready, we can further spread out to the surrounding areas. The Fista Federation consists of 13 large provinces, each with about 20-something cities. The most populous are the capitals of these provinces. I've already sent people to set up outposts in advance. Qing Huang said. 1 city a week? No problem, right? Yu Hong asked. It's possible, but it's still too slow. We need a faster method. What do you think about live streaming Alliance Hierarch? The capital pushers are ready? Yes. We've persuaded 3 wealthy businessmen to commit significant funds for traffic boosting. Ku Chan interjected in response. Then use the Spirit Light secret skill as the core of our propaganda, showing the functions of the Spirit Light secret skill without exaggerating too much. To begin with, be progressive.
Yuong instructed.
I understand. Both of them responded. After all, normal people wouldn't immediately believe it's real when they see someone in a video with a silver turtle shell get hit by a car and survive. They'd think it's just computer effects. Within a month, I want the number of Spirit Light users to reach 30 million. Yu Hong said. This? I'll do my best. Who? Yu Hong didn't speak again, just looked up ahead. Asterisk. 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 Fista National Security Bureau. Within the brightly lit underground base. Director Rania Visun looked at Roman, who had returned to report, with an ugly expression on his face. He had never expected that Roman would have all his weapons confiscated and his subordinates killed so quickly, then be taken away for more than 10 hours of ideological education. Even at the end, Roman was delivered by those who claimed to be from the Spirit Alliance. The current situation is headache-inducing enough. You bunch of incompetents. He pulled over the mobile blackboard on his right and pointed on it with chalk. Currently, the west side is the increasingly tense situation in Tangola Forest. To the north is the ticking time bomb that is Huailin Mental Hospital, and we just received a call from the church, saying that their Father Tam also died inside. He paused, looking at the group of National Security Bureau officers sitting below. The range of Huailin has visibly expanded again. Around its coverage, it seems we need to further move out for a quarantine of 3 kilometers. There's still no progress with the Spirit Exploring Association, and now there's this Spirit Alliance. We don't have much time left, Roman. Now's not the time to play house. Rania said grimly. Cases like Huailin, there are 4 known to the world, and observations show all 4 are expanding their coverage. If we can't think of countermeasures, we'll have to apply to relocate the surrounding cities entirely. Chapter 417. The people from this so-called Spirit Alliance don't seem to be as irrational and cruel as the members of other cults. Deputy Director Recus, a bald black man, spoke up. They are more like special forces with clear objectives. Their killing, actions, and efficiency are all very high. Do you think we can recruit them? Rania looked at her colleagues. No, they've already killed our team members, and on the contrary, I think that such rational criminals are, in a way, more dangerous than evil spirits during this critical period. After all, most evil spirits can't leave their birthplace too far, Regis explained. So let's make a decision now. Those in favor of recruiting the Spirit Alliance, raise your hands. Those in favor of completely suppressing and eradicating them, press the buzzer on the table. Up to now, the core numbers of the Spirit Alliance have initially approached more than 100 people. All of them voluntarily follow Qing Huang and contribute their own strength. To have grown to this extent in just 4 or 5 days, if given more time.
Augustus sighed.
Everyone fell silent, looking at the rapidly drawn Spirit Alliance and Huailin Mental Hospital on the blackboard. Both sides were represented by text, circled with a large round circle. 2 separate circles were drawn, indicating that the level of urgency for both sides was nearly equivalent. Beep. Finally, the first person pressed the buzzer. Then the second, then the third. Let the Tsunami Special handle this, quickly and decisively. Arrest them on charges of endangering national security, Rania instructed. I have a very strong sense of insecurity about this Spirit Alliance. I always feel like they're going to cause some major incident. Do we need to request cooperation from the local garrison to take action? Someone asked. We can, but that takes too long. Mainly let Tsunami take action. Rania nodded. Capture their core figures directly that you, the Spirit Alliance leader, and the whole Spirit Alliance will fall apart. Understood. Everyone nodded in agreement. But what no one noticed was that since Roman had returned, he had become as if a different person. Now, hearing the plan, he bowed his head, and his eyes revealed a vacant and strange expression for an instant. Even he seemed completely unaware of this bizarre gaze. Asterisk. 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 Night. Yu Hong sat alone in front of a coffee shop, holding a cup of milk coffee with steam wafting from it, looking at a booklet on the cloud transformation technique shared by Kuchan. The strengthening session had just ended, and now this originally simple booklet had turned into a small book entirely crafted and engraved from silver. The silver book. This booklet seemed to have no difference from the cloud transformation technique anymore. On the surface of the cover, a large decaying face was engraved, surrounded by a ring of interlaced fingers that encased the face. Can this thing really be used? Yu Hong gently touched the silver book without needing to sense carefully. He could feel an extremely thick aura of evil exuding from the book. He used to disbelieve that an aura could be termed evil, thinking that it was only the user who determined the morality of a power, and the power itself had no right or wrong. But after encountering this power, he truly understood that evil power really exists. The moment this power contacted him, it began to transform into various eerie whispers, trying to make him release his own repression and fetters, peel away reason, and unleash his instinctual desires. Do whatever you want. Satisfy all your cravings. No matter what, if it really can devour spirit disaster, black disaster for my own use, this cultivation technique is worth it. Yu Hong, resisting the urge to strengthen once more, flipped open the silver book to the first page. This book is modified from one of the 7 alchemy secret techniques of Sky Wish Sect, the Red Food Method. The Red Food Method is divided into 3 levels. The first level, raw food. The second level, fried food. The third level, refined food. Sky Wish Sect was rebuilt on the ruins of the Infinite Demon Palace after its downfall, with the aim of devouring all things to perpetuate oneself. But later on, an accident occurred in the battle against the Source Disaster. By consuming too much, they were assimilated and became a part of the major Source Disasters, hence perished. The 3 levels of the Red Food Method. Each level requires the mastery of a corresponding array to alchemically transform all things into the all things pill transformation. The ultimate state will give birth to 3 head of greeds, representing the aspiration to devour the world and people. Below was the cultivation method for the first level. The beginning of the cultivation was very simple. It just needed spiritual power to outline an extremely complex red array in the mind. Nothing more. Yu Hong sipped on his coffee while carefully reading the silver book in his hands. The contents of the book were written in a language that others could not understand, so he did not bother to hide it. Soon after finishing the entire booklet, he closed his eyes and began to attempt constructing the first level array. But what was strange was that despite his formidable cultivation, he could only construct a small part of it before it collapsed on its own. Moreover, this small part of the array, bizarrely, did not disappear after his failure. He began to slowly absorb certain gray particles from the surrounding air, gradually solidifying the array patterns from a state of spiritual power. Interesting. Yu Hong noticed that the array was absorbing the red value radiation from the surrounding air. This cultivation technique has not just been modified, it has been completely replaced with something else. Speechless, he memorized it, then borrowed some pen and paper from the cafe's waitress to copy down the first layer and translate it into something Ku Chan could understand. Then he stood up and returned to headquarters with the paper in hand. He needed to personally test it before passing it on to Ku Chan for monastic practice, given that, judging by the inertia of the Black Mark's foundational techniques, they were all reinforced based on his own physique and spirit, without consideration for their suitability for others. Additionally, he was also planning to start choosing an organ on his own body for one-way, long-term reinforcement against the Black Disaster. The organ he chose was his left eye. He had only just taken the booklet and was approaching the iron gate of the headquarters when Yu Hong suddenly glanced sideways toward a black van speeding towards him from the right. Not only that, but at the same time, people from several other directions rapidly raised a feeling of being watched and aimed at. "Take care of them," Yu Hong calmly ordered. A Spirit Alliance member guarding outside the iron gate nodded slightly, quickly drew a handgun from behind his waist, and walked head-on towards the direction of the van. These new members were mostly retired, disabled veterans from Mana City, who served Fista all their lives, only to find in the end that the so-called Spirit of Freedom offered them no security in their later years, and even their personally purchased insurance delayed to age, resulting in financial distress and inability to maintain themselves. Now, it was the Spirit Alliance that gave them a chance at a new life with healthy bodies. So, for them, there was no moral burden in working for the Spirit Alliance. Yu Hong paid no attention to the ordinary people attacking outside. At his current level, such low-level attacks were meaningless to him, like child's play. What he was more concerned about was the development speed of the various aspects of the Spirit Alliance. Alliance leader, the live stream is about to start. Want to take a look? Qing Huang came down from upstairs with a laptop, smiling at him. What format are we using for live streaming? Yu Hong was also curious about this emerging method and whether it could attract enough traffic to join the Spirit Alliance. It's quite simple, Qing Huang said as he placed the laptop in front of Yu Hong and turned the screen. Immediately, the screen displayed the image of an extremely beautiful, innocent girl, wearing a black three-piece bikini that covered her body. The long-haired girl twisted her body and held a white advertisement board promoting the Spirit Light Mutual Aid Alliance. The advertisement read, "Spirit Light Mutual Aid Alliance welcomes you to join. Countless beauties are waiting for you. Let fate bring us together to meet, to know, and to love. Contact number." Yu Hong looked at the live stream that looked like an advertisement on a bad website, his expression gradually losing its smile. "There's also this version." Qing Huang hurriedly switched pages. Suddenly, a muscular man wearing only briefs appeared, holding an advertisement board for the Spirit Alliance, boldly swaying and dancing to the music. I also have an elderly version, a chubby version, a skinny version, a traditional clothes version, and a disabled version. In total, over 30 variations suitable for all kinds of viewers. The promotional effect is top-notch, Qing Huang said with a hint of pride. According to the data, in just 2 days, the number of online viewers reached as much as 6 or 7 million. We've added servers several times. Very well. Yu Hong was speechless, but as long as it was effective. The live stream is going smoothly, and, in the process of developing members these past days, we've also discovered some unexpected information. Qing Huang continued. What is it? It's about Xing. What? Yu Hong's eyes widened, and he shifted his gaze from the screen to Qing Huang. Based on my recent collection of information, this area is likely where the Black Disaster first began its infiltration. Neither Hope City nor Taoist sect was actually the first. The Black Disaster had already left seeds on both sides. But not here. Where did the information about Xing come from? Yu Hong asked. A professor specializing in research on church purification cases. After joining us, he hoped to use his research to improve his spirit light level. The higher the spirit light level, the greater the enhancement gained. Qing Huang continued. According to his research, the first person to discover traces of the Black Disaster in the church claimed to have seen an entity known as Xing, and it was after his declaration that other cases began to emerge one after another. But Xing never appeared again. Yu Hong pondered for a moment. Don't act rashly for now, hold off on anything related to the Black Disaster. First, deal with parts of the plan. I suspect the source disaster has reached the higher echelons, and it's likely controlled by a certain intelligence level. Understood. Qing Huang nodded. Continue to promote spirit light with all your might. Yu Hong instructed. Also, have Ku Chan come over. Okay. After Qing Huang left, Ku Chan came down from upstairs, where he had been focused on cultivating his secret techniques at a critical moment, and was called down. Take a look at this cultivation technique. I've modified it for you. Yu Hong handed the page he'd copied to him. He had just concentrated and tried it out, only to find that there were no prompts suggesting it was meant only for his exclusive use. Chapter 418. This is based on your magic skill. If we can confirm its effectiveness in cultivation, is it possible to pass it on to all other people? Yu Hong continued. So soon. Ku Chan caught the piece of paper, initially glancing over it casually, but his eyes lit up the moment they landed on the extremely complex array map. Being able to create his own cultivation technique naturally meant his understanding of arrays far exceeded Yu Hong's. At a glance, he could tell that the array on the booklet was cutting-edge and powerful. Yes, Ku Chan couldn't take his eyes off the paper, hastily responding. This secret technique and the one I gave you are not on the same level at all. You can do whatever you want with it, as long as it's useful. Watching Ku Chan's very happy expression, Yu Hong sighed and stood up to return to his room. He summoned the Black Ship and began officially relocating members of the Spirit Alliance from Hope City. Aboard the Black Ship, to not waste time, he also quickly organized the eye power training method from the Taoist sect. In Taoism, among the magicians, there were many ways of training one's eyesight. Yu Hong randomly chose a training method that protected eyesight and sat cross-legged on the deck, directly pressing his hand on the method. Enhancing Heimu method. Direction. Improve eyesight to see through the source disaster fog. A black line flashed, but as soon as it entered the training method booklet, it quickly receded back. Training method lacks necessary base functions. Black mark provided feedback. This is a bit tricky, Yu Hong thought. He did not possess any magic skills that could train the eyes to extraordinary capabilities. Then let's change the approach. If I enhance an eye to the utmost limit, would special functions emerge along the way? Then, based on these new functions, carry out selective strengthening by pruning. Immediately, a direction became clear in Yu Hong's mind. It seems that random enhancement is better to start with. Directed enhancement relies too much on base functions. Then he stretched out his hand again, gently pressing his fingertip on the I-Power training method. Enhanced training method. This time, he didn't specify a direction or aim for the ultimate enhancement, because the intermediary enhancements likely required continual research and adjustment, so he didn't add any qualifiers. The black line moved out again and entered the training method booklet. Enhanced training method? This time it was indeed successful. Yu Hong looked at the countdown that appeared, 2 hours and 11 minutes. Just a basic enhancement. It seems it won't take too much time. He confirmed his agreement. Immediately, the countdown blurred slightly and began to count down bit by bit. Yu Hong kept his hands moving without stopping. When the black ship arrived at the camp, he started arranging for people to board the ship continuously. The first batch to pass through was the core members from the Spirit Alliance and Qingchen Temple. They rushed back as soon as they received the news. People like Yu Hen, UMO, and Headless Sword, each with hopeful hearts, boarded the black ship, heading to the new world. Following closely were many elite representatives from Hope City. Upon receiving the news and after confirming that a place to migrate had indeed been found, Chun Yaofeng even sent people to verify it back and forth. He quickly released this great news, a sign of hope. Instantly, all of Hope City was boiling with excitement. The attack of the cold disaster had already caused Hope City to gradually begin to lose hope for the future, slowly entering a stage of decadent waiting for death. But now, this news was like a shot of adrenaline, instantly sweeping away the despondency of Hope City. To lay claim to new territory first, Chun Yaofeng carefully selected the city's most elite enhanced human mages to form an exceedingly powerful enhancement technique troupe and named it the Black Light. The meaning was simple and clear, representing light in the darkness. The Black Light army totaled 3,400 people, and the number was still increasing. After transporting members over from the Spirit Alliance Qingchen Temple and others, Yu Hong immediately rushed to Hope City and formally saw this newly organized formidable troupe. Snowflakes danced in the air, and around the entirety of Hope City, huge ice pillars hundreds of meters in diameter had been erected at some unknown time. The pillars were faintly merging with each other as if they intended to completely freeze and seal the entire city. At that moment, beneath one of the ice pillars on the open ground, the mountains that were previously surrounding the area now had a spacious entrance opened up. Troops wearing black, heavy-duty reinforced suits, their heads completely hidden within solid bulletproof helmets, were standing neatly lined up on the ground. Everyone was uniformly equipped with 2 hefty battle axes on their back, carrying square brown oxygen packs, with the surface of their suits engraved with traces of white stone technique arrays. Chun Yaofeng and Yu Hong were standing inside an armored vehicle, slowly inspecting these 3,000-plus men. This is the last crystallization of our fervent hopes in Hope City, the strongest force, Chun Yaofeng said proudly, pointing at these men. According to the strength classification you provided, every member of the Black Light Army has close to 2 tons of physical explosive strength, nearly reaching the war-level Dao Breath, and on the magic side, each has skillfully mastered the basic hexagon series, that is, offensive, defensive, and evasive, 2 techniques of each type within these 3 directions. How is actual combat? Yu Hong nodded, looking at this group of tall soldiers each standing 2 meters high. Even now, he still felt somewhat astonished, because he could sense that every person here exuded a thick Dao breath. That level of Dao breath was basically at the 6th layer of Guanwu skill, close to the 7th layer. The 7th layer is commonly known as the Temple Master level, which is to say, among those present, there were over 3,000 experts, nearly at the reserve Temple Master level like Zheng Ming and Zheng Ying. This isn't even considering their physical strength and the amplification of their spirit light. Without counting spirit light, these soldiers possess several times their current strength when it's included. According to expert evaluations, they should be on par with those dragon men in golden armor you've encountered during the spirit disaster. The ones that don't use their static abilities, Chun Yaofeng said proudly. What about Temple Master level? That is, war level, how many do we have now? Yu Hong nodded and asked again. If by pure Dao breath cultivation, there are currently no Temple Master level experts within Hope City. The difficulty of reaching the 7th layer of Guanwu skill is too high, and there hasn't been enough time for cultivating it. However, the current situation is already incredibly impressive. The remaining black disaster can no longer pose a threat to our surrounding safety. Even the black giants can be easily grinded to death through a group attack, without worrying about them regenerating. Chen Yaofeng excitedly talked about this topic. How about Yi? How is she doing now?
Yu Hong inquired.
Her cultivation of the Guanwu skill is slow. This cultivation technique requires strong comprehension ability. Now that there are many powerful enhanced human mages, she doesn't need to go out on missions as often, so she's mainly staying in the city to learn various basic academic subjects, Chen Yaofeng explained. It was clear he had always been keeping an eye on Lin Yi. Very good. Yu Hong nodded. Prepare the Black Light Army to move out first, then send the tactical nuclear force over. We need to establish a firm foothold as quickly as possible. Then through negotiations, localized wars, and other means, establish our own security zone. Understood. It is just a pity that your ship can only carry 100-odd people at most. Moving at this pace, who knows when everyone can be transported, said Chen Yaofeng somewhat helplessly. Don't worry. Once I am free, it'll just be half an hour back and forth, and 20 trips a day is no problem. That's only 2,000 people a day. Chen Yaofeng shook his head. 20,000 in 10 days, 200,000 in 100 days. What more do you want? Yu Hong was speechless. Just joking, Master Yu. Don't be angry, Chen Yaofeng said with a smile, patting his shoulder. Still, we do need a bigger and faster means of transportation. Yu Hong also understood that such slow progress was a waste of time. Our current plan is to establish a forward base as soon as the Black Light Army arrives. According to intelligence sent back from Fista, in Mana City there are only about 80,000 regular army forces that could pose a threat to us, and now this army is already indirectly under our control. So all dangers are basically ruled out. Chen Yaofeng continued with his slightly excited analysis of the future arrangements. At this point, Yu Hong had already taken a step back and sat down on the leather chair, listening while he took out the eye-power training method that was about to finish enhancing. There were only 2 minutes left on the countdown, so he quietly put it back and waited. About 3 minutes later, without a sound, Yu Hong felt a cold sensation coming from his hand holding the piece of training method. The piece of paper he was pinching the second before seemed to have become another cold object the next. He gently took out the item for a look. It was a rolled-up black sheepskin scroll. He slowly unrolled the sheepskin, on which were written rows of slightly sloppy Chinese characters. The title on the top was simple, Eagle Eye Training Skill. Yu Hong skimmed through it and found it was a special training method specifically for enhancing powerful eyesight. The origin was from an obscure ancient tribe called Tingfang. The method itself was simple, entailing 5 steps, each requiring a minute of focused gazing at a corresponding special pattern on the scroll. Repeat 10 times daily, and after persevering for 10 years, one would see significant improvement in eyesight. No wonder it's worth only 2 hours with such a long duration. Yu Hong wasn't fazed. He started practicing gazing at the patterns according to the record, feeling the effectiveness was not bad, and his eyes seemed brighter. He then took out a blue bottle of eye drops he had prepared from his pocket. Pearl Eye Moisturizing Liquid. The name was similar to the Pearl Brightening Eye Liquid he had used before, and the effect was to moisturize and brighten the eyes. It was also why he had randomly chosen this one when picking out eye drops. The cultivation technique is ready. Now for the medicine to accelerate cultivation. He held the eye drops bottle in one hand. Enhance eye drops direction. Strengthen recovery from eye fatigue and damage. A black line flashed, flowing into the bottle of eye drops, and a countdown slowly appeared. 24 minutes. At the prompt, Yu Hong affirmed his response, and the enhancement began promptly. Yu Hong then continued to practice the eye-power training method. Before long, after the armored vehicle finished its patrol, Chen Yaofeng also led the team back towards Black Wind Camp. Halfway through, Yu Hong was still sitting in the vehicle, his eye drops completed enhancement before reaching the camp. While chatting with Chen Yaofeng, Yu Hong took out the eye drops to examine. White Dragon's Tears. The name of the eye drops had changed. turning into a palm-sized blue perfume bottle. There was an instruction sheet underneath. Derived from a special scarce herbal ingredient named White Dragon, it works wonders on eye fatigue and injuries. The potion formula is from Sky Wish Sect's 9 Orifice Dragon King, a best-selling flagship product sold outside the sect. Changing from Infinite Demon Palace to ripping off Sky Wish Sect this time, Yu Hong was at a loss for words. Chapter 419. This has come from the Sky Wish Sect twice in a row. Clearly, the black mark has shifted its target. Regardless, Yu Hong still has considerable trust in the quality assurance of the black mark. Right away, he began practicing the Eagle Eye training method while listening to Chun Yaofeng's incessant nagging. After completing a cycle, he opened the bottle of eye drops and put a drop into his eyes. Hiss! In an instant, the moment the eye drops made contact with his eyes, Yu Hong felt as if his entire eyeball had been immersed in the cool comfort of an expansive lake. Within the lake, a silver-white dragon-like creature swam quietly, approaching from afar, swiftly passing by him. Hiss! A slight white light emanated from Yu Hong's eyes. Yu Hong, what's going on with your eyes? Chun Yaofeng had been talking about how he had been overworking recently, to the point where even Dao Breath couldn't relieve his mental and physical stress, so he ended up marrying 4 wives in one go to relax. Then, in the blink of an eye, he saw Yu Hong sitting in the chair, his eyes inexplicably starting to glow. It's nothing, just practicing a magic skill for the eyes, Yu Hong casually replied. Is it that kind that can be popularized? I'm afraid not, it takes too long. Yu Hong shook his head. It takes at least 10 years to master. Then never mind. While speaking, Yu Hong slowly opened his eyes and suddenly felt that the whole field of vision in front of him had changed from before. The clarity was much higher than before. Most importantly, he glanced through the car window to the outside. The black fog still spread far and wide, but compared to before, he could now see at least 100 meters out. Is the effect this good? Yu Hong was surprised and closed his eyes again, then reopened them. He then continued practicing the Eagle Eye training method. Whenever he felt tired, he would immediately put a drop of eye drops in his eyes. Half an hour later, the camp arrived. Yu Hong got up from his seat and stretched his back. He looked up again and dropped another eye drop into his eyes. A few seconds later, a stream of feedback suddenly flowed from the black mark on the back of his hand. Eagle Eye training method has reached its peak. Trait acquired, Eagle Eye. Eagle Eye increases the range of vision to a certain extent, effective for observing in low light and at long distances. This might be the fastest trait I've ever acquired. Yu Hong felt the brightness in his eyes had noticeably improved, filled with some emotion. Then, moving on, while helping with the Black Light Army's transportation, he took out pen and paper to draft the eye power training method. This time, after experimental verification affirmed that this method was effective, he decided to significantly add to the foundation of the Eagle Eye training method by integrating a variety of eye power training methods. Whether useful or not, just pack them in first. It's about achieving completeness, right? He simply loaded up a bunch of training methods. Inevitably, a few would produce the desired effect, and enhancement would naturally sift through and strengthen them later. Enhance. Yu Hong placed a hand on the paper and thought a moment. Direction. Enhancement of functions in response to the black disaster. He planned to try again. But the next second, the feedback from the black mark made him realize that shortcuts weren't so easily found. Basic function missing, unable to enhance. Then let it be random enhancement. Yu Hong sighed and thought again. This time, without a specified direction, the black mark normally began the countdown for enhancement. It just absorbed a bit more of his Tai Ling skill inner strength than the last time. The crimson countdown quickly appeared on the newly written paper. 3 hours, 11 minutes. This time it's longer. Yu Hong slowly began to feel a sense of anticipation. Continuously enhancing cultivation techniques and then using potions to aid and expedite cultivation, the eyes would eventually undergo a true transformation. Perhaps through this method, the black mark's enhancement could quickly explore if there's a limit. Initially, he had considered directly enhancing a special drug that would fortify the eyes, But there was no such drug as a foundation in reality, and compared to direct drug enhancement, cultivation techniques are easier to control in terms of detail and progress, and they allow for an adaptation process that's in harmony and coexistence with the whole body. After all, if a single organ is too strong or changes too dramatically, various incompatibilities with the body could arise. Gradually cultivating with cultivation techniques and allowing for longer adaptation times, of course, if one could later enhance a potion that alters over a longer duration, it could have the same effect. That would be something to explore in the future. Master Yu, what kind of place is the New World? Exactly? During the last transport of the day, Chun Yaofeng voluntarily followed onto the black ship and stood on the deck, looking forward to the dark river ahead, and asked, "A place that is about to experience the source disaster as well. But it doesn't matter." Yu Hong said calmly, "This time, I will eliminate all unforeseen incidents. No one can stop us from establishing a home of our own. I believe in you." Chun Yaofeng nodded. "Our power is now stronger than ever before. Nothing can stop us. But what about the native dwellers? How will we deal with them? They will understand. As human beings, now that they're helping us, we will repay them in the future." Yu Hong said indifferently, "After all, we're not enemies. In the face of the source disaster, we are all the same. Helpless beings struggling to survive. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. North of Mana City, Mozana City. In a desolate street, inside a cafe named Cold Stone, Phils stood up from his table, tiredly rubbing his face, trying to rejuvenate himself a bit. But his heavy dark circles and drooping eye bags indicated that his condition was very poor. Russell. The brown wooden chair opposite him was pulled out, and a large black man with a full beard, dressed in a black suit, his face equally tired, sat down. "I'm sorry for Tam's death," the black man said in a deep voice. "Rakus, why are you here? You must be busy with lots of tasks after being promoted to deputy director, right?" Phils asked in a low voice. "It's deputy bureau chief," Rakus corrected. "Sorry, I always confuse the difference between you and the National Security Department," Phils said with a wry smile. "Remember the distinction from now on." Rakus didn't immediately reply but just gestured for the waiter to come and take the order. After ordering an iced black coffee, he too rubbed his temples with his fingers, frowning. "Are you still busy with Huailin Mental Hospital? We can't spare any personnel for the moment, so we had to leave it to the church to deal with." "Yeah." Phil smiled bitterly again. "Father Tam didn't even make it inside the door before he went to meet God. We've only dared to hover around the edges and seek opportunities to probe for some inconsequential intelligence. You're the most suitable for this job. Anyone else would have died countless times already," Rakus said. "But I'm still hitting a wall. Huailin's malevolence is growing stronger, but we can only stay outside, unable to get in. The church has suffered hundreds of casualties and is still just circling the periphery," Phils explained. He looked at his friend, whose fatigued face and haggard appearance made him unable to refrain from asking, "What about you? I heard you were busy with that suddenly emergent Spirit Alliance." "MMH, it's tricky," Rakus sighed. "The Spirit Alliance's strength is formidable. At first, we thought it was just common marketing. But slowly, over these days, we've discovered that the organization's expansion speed is alarmingly fast, and there are many experts among them. It's a terrifying and colossal entity, unfathomably deep. The situation here is the same, with little progress in exploration, making it impossible to approach. That mental hospital is even devouring inspirers as materials," Phil said helplessly. "There must be someone behind this orchestrating events. I remember the same figures cropping up in the last two incidents, right?" Rakus said. "We suspect that it might be Elza blood ability creating trouble, but we haven't found any proof," Phils nodded. A moment of silence fell between the two. Soon their coffee arrived, and they sipped it slowly. "Actually, you should come help me," Phils couldn't resist saying. "If we're short-handed here, it affects tens of millions of people. The Spirit Alliance's expansion speed is too fast, and although for now we can't see what use their expansion serves, but If I can't handle the situation here properly, several surrounding cities might just as easily be engulfed, with tens of millions easily consumed, said Rakus, expressionless. I've already requested approval for the Spirit Exploring Association. The initial personnel draft comprises 5 people, Phil said. The core members are 5? MHM. There's no limit on the number of people on the periphery. I have their records. These 5 spiritual abilities can play a significant role in our future confrontational investigations, Phil's answered. When you're done over there, can I borrow them? If it's really handled, of course there's no problem. It's just... Phil smiled wryly. I reckon that even if you resolve it there, I still won't be able to handle things on my side. No way. You don't understand the monster organization we're dealing with right now, Rakus sighed. Compared to their, Huailin at least doesn't spread around freely, much less stressful. But this side really is. You're the one who doesn't understand the gravity of the situation here, Phil's retorted. What you're dealing with is just a human-made disaster. But if a real outbreak occurs here, we truly have no recourse but to wait for death. You haven't experienced that kind of despair. You simply don't have a clue. Rakus was about to say more, but suddenly recalled the confidentiality regulations and the terrifying extent of the Spirit Alliance. Without having truly encountered it firsthand, one could not understand, so he sighed again. Forget it, when everything's over, I'll let you see the documents, then you'll understand. I'm aware of the situation in Huailin, but you don't understand the gravity of the situation here. It's always like this with you, always thinking that only the difficulties you encounter are the most challenging, and only your troubles are actual troubles, while others are just trivial matters. Phil's was speechless. You think the intelligence you've seen is everything? Let me tell you the truth, we've uncovered a clue that there's the shadow of the blood energy group behind this. They are researching a certain special virus and have also conducted a large number of illegal human experiments. It's tied up with too much. The two situations aren't on the same level. You don't understand some of the things I'm facing. Let's talk about this later. Rakus finished his coffee in one gulp, then stood up. All right, I need to work too. See you next month. That's if we can both make it back, he said softly. You always. Phil shook his head helplessly, picked up his coffee cup and likewise drank it all, suppressing the drowsiness rising in his mind. He still remembered many years ago when they were all young. The 3 of them had always been close friends, but now, Chapter 420. Huailin Mental Hospital. Arches of blood of varying sizes appeared on the open ground surrounding the mental hospital. These lonely doors stood erect, embedded in the ground, continuously oozing strands of dark red blood. All the blood gathered relentlessly into the interior of the mental hospital, onto a gray figure in the center of the open ground. The blood, like dye, slowly turned the gray figure red from bottom to top. By now, a simple wire fence had been erected around the entire mental hospital, blocking all living beings attempting to enter. The church's monks jittered nervously as they patrolled the area with guns. But nobody noticed. Further away, on a hillside several kilometers from here, a team of fully armed soldiers in black quietly emerged from the grassy woodland. Behind the soldiers, 2 white-haired old men in camouflage bulletproof vests slowly walked out, took out long-range equipment, and observed the situation at Huailin Mental Hospital. It's a perfect creation. One of the old men wearing glasses looked at the gray figure on the long-range equipment screen, watching her continuously absorb blood and gradually turn red. His face filled with admiration and awe. Stop marveling, the church's obstruction is quite troublesome, and we still need to ensure we capture the most critical moment to obtain a sample of the perfect blood from her. The other old man impatiently said, The church? Just a bunch of fragile, ordinary people. Just a few infected ones could easily take care of them. The bespectacled old man said carelessly, his gaze fixed on the gray figure without blinking. Now is not the time to expose ourselves. We must wait a bit longer. The other old man frowned. The ultimate plan has not yet been fully implemented. The big boss demands that everyone must be patient. Once we have the sample of perfect blood, the final piece of the virus puzzle will also be completely in place. By then, all of us executives could have the chance to be reborn, become the evolved new humans. Why should we fear anything? The bespectacled old man complained. Just follow orders. The other old man clapped his hands. Go, deal with the church people around, and then present a generous gift to our perfect blood host. Be careful not to disturb her. According to estimates, the perfect blood host should possess unlimited evolutionary adaptability. Once awoken, nothing can stop her actions. Yes. Around them, rows of black-clad soldiers swiftly and silently lunged forward. Their speed, like that of cheetahs, far surpassed ordinary soldiers. Their bodies remained eerily stable as they ran, and their eyes, under tactical goggles, glinted faintly with blue veins. In a short time, more than 30 church soldiers surrounding the mental hospital were shot dead. Their bodies were all dragged and thrown into the mental hospital. Soon, less than 2 minutes later, all the bodies slowly dissolved, turning into threads of blood that flowed into the gray figure, leaving only sets of church uniforms spread on the ground. The blood on the gray figure's body increased, and the aura and pressure grew more intense. Snap! The ground within a meter beside her suddenly sank, then cracked open with fine breaks. At the same time, if a magician was observing, they would notice a vague, blood-colored altar illusion gradually forming behind the gray figure. That altar, made of countless bones, emitted a clean fluorescent glow from within, shaped like a pyramid, with 3 curved black sharp horns arching upwards at the tip. Above the horns, 3 blood-colored orbs covered in mysterious patterns were suspended. As the gray figure continued to absorb blood, a bloody mist flowed from the 3 blood orbs, merging into her back. Just as the soldiers approached, the gray figure's eyes suddenly opened. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Spirit Alliance headquarters. An overwhelming aura of spirit light ebbed and flowed like tidal waves, fluctuating with Yu Hong's breathing. He was seated on the black stone chair of the Alliance hierarch, with a faint blue ultimate sun illusion filled with faces emerging behind him. The number of people spreading the spirit light can no longer be estimated. Through the network, we've disseminated spirit light, spreading it to at least hundreds of thousands more. Not to mention those possessing spirit light, who can't help but pass it on to their families and friends. In the hall below, Qing Huang held a handheld computer, reviewing data while reporting to Yu Hong. Seeing a hint of the ultimate sun illusion, he suppressed his inherent fear, bowed his head to look at the computer instead of facing the scene on Yu Hong's side. After inspection, we have mostly settled in the abandoned castles in the suburbs, and the giant drilling machine has also been fully assembled. Using the factory as a cover, we've begun underground operations. Black Light Army's Commander Power King, previously the strongest enhanced man from Hope City, also respectfully reported the situation. Summarize the data on the spread of spirit light. Identify what is hindering further growth of the numbers. Yu Hong spoke in a deep voice. Remove the obstacles. I need more people to join us, to join the Spirit Alliance. Alliance Hierarch, we've rested enough. Why not let us handle this? Brother Ku Chan and Brother Qing Huang have been busy for a long time. It's not fair to leave everything to them, right? Zhao Jingtang stepped forward to suggest. Standing behind him were the new talents of the Hope City Spirit Alliance, all genius magicians, with Guanwu's skill reaching the limit of the 6th layer, potentially stepping into the 7th layer anytime. Not everyone is willing to join Black Light, and not all are soldiers. Zhao Jingtang gathered such people. He was tremendously strong, second only to Ku Chan and stronger than everyone else. After several internal practice bouts, he received many people's admiration and thus gathered a group to form his core team. As the former Vice Alliance Hierarch of the Seven Evil Alliance, he knew all too well that he needed enough capable people around him, otherwise, he could even fall behind in intelligence gathering. Agreed.
Yuon responded.
Moreover, the National Security Bureau sent special forces last time to assassinate the Alliance Hierarch. We must give a powerful response. Qing Huang continued. They can't command local troops, so they can only resort to these surreptitious tactics, Zhao Jingtang said with a smile. It's time for us to handle this. Just a small warning to the National Security Bureau will do. How many people are needed? Yu Hong asked. No need. Just sending a small team from Black Light will suffice, Zhao Jingtang replied. He smiled toward the commander of the Black Light, Power King. In Spirit Alliance, we now rank the Black Light Army second to last, just slightly stronger than the ordinary magician members. Using them to show our strength is appropriate as a deterrent. Get it done quickly. Yu Hong wasn't concerned at his level. Caring about how to handle ordinary powers was abnormal. Soon after confirming the action, everyone dispersed, and Yu Hong stood alone from his chair and took out the previously enhanced New Eagle Eye training method. Previously, the training method was handwritten on a piece of paper, and a bunch of messy Taoist Meridian Eye training techniques had been added. Now, after enhancement, the paper had completely changed its appearance. The original white paper had turned into a thick yellow paper with an aged feel. The lines of vertical writing and drawings on the paper were all recorded using Chinese characters. At the very top, the title was clearly enlarged. Capturing God's Skill. Yu Hong softly read the beginning content of the cultivation technique. This cultivation technique is divided into 5 layers. Ding, accumulate, nourish, grinding, and capturing. It can transform essence qi into divine intent, store thoughts to awe, and capture the hearts. At the needed moment, a sudden release can capture the opponent's spirit. Against the strong-willed, it suppresses momentarily to gain advantage, and against the weak-willed, it can cause them to be utterly terror-stricken, and in severe cases, even make their heart meridian break and die. This incorporates the Taoist art of sight, just unsure where they got it from. At this moment, Yu Hong was in the state of the first layer, Ding. He was temporarily still enhancing eye drops and couldn't speed up cultivation. He could only rely on himself to slowly grind. Fortunately, he had spirit light to aid recovery and the speed wasn't bad. According to the manual, what normally took 1 year to achieve in the first layer Ding, he was almost reaching the level of complete mental concentration. While cultivating the Capturing God skill, Yu Hong recalled the recent enhancement of the Black Mark, seemingly progressing towards traditional martial arts. Is it the style of the Sky Wish sect, or the Taoist manuscripts I provided that caused this? He had no way of knowing. Just then, a bright yet gentle flash of electricity passed before his eyes. Here it comes, the daylight flash, the true sign of the first layer Ding's completion. He was delighted. After cultivating numerous martial arts, returning to train in such low-level martial skills felt not only simpler but also progressed rapidly, perfectly aligning with his plan to utilize a vast amount of low-level martial arts to buffer traits. Having confirmed the completion of the first layer, Yu Hong rested briefly and continued starting the second layer. Similarly, his eyes, already strengthened to a high level, now trained to meet the fixed standards of the Capturing God skill with ease. This stage progressed even faster, taking just 3 short hours to successfully complete the accumulate step. Then came the third layer. Yu Hong was going nowhere, just staying at headquarters, quietly practicing martial arts. After finishing meetings in the morning and breaking through the second layer, he hurriedly ate lunch, and in the afternoon, he continued back in his room to intensely train the third layer, Nourish. Conveniently, the previously enhanced eye drops also finished their countdown. Yu Hong seamlessly continued, allowing the Black Mark to further enhance new consumable support cultivation potions. Eye drops for external application, combined with consuming potions internally, added with continuous repair and enhancement by spirit light, along with the 24-hour automatic cultivation of martial arts through Tao breath circulation. With such fourfold acceleration, he successfully reached perfection of the third layer early the next day, and then entered the fourth layer. The speed was indeed astonishing. Meanwhile, the slowly increasing spirit light suddenly stopped its growth. The Spirit Alliance's dispatched Black Light team also mysteriously disappeared in a base of the National Security Bureau, and all of Spirit Alliance's promotional live streams were simultaneously taken down and banned. Clearly, this was the official making a comprehensive move against the Spirit Alliance.